All right, welcome. If you're joining us for the Dragon Slayers session 30. Yeah. Big 30. Wow. That's
It's
exciting.
really time of self-reflection. Where do you want to go from here on out? And
How much time that our lives have spent.
how much
Great
time
um,
did I
philosophical
spend
debate.
in the
philosophical moment.
damn swamps? You know what I mean? You really have to think about it. Is
Reflecting
that where I
upon
see
your,
myself in the next 30 sessions?
really reflecting upon your life,
Yeah.
too. So going through the recap, we had an introduction of a new party member, Lysandra, had a strong connection with another party member of ours. She was Rox. And we kind of had this a little bit of a homecoming moment, maybe perhaps, at the Lemonstone Tavern after interacting with the lovely Yondir. As always, always a joy.
Oh, yeah, we didn't tell.
um,
That's the other part we didn't mention.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Well,
Anyway.
anyways.
You'll find out about it soon
Yeah,
enough.
you'll find out.
Yes. Soon. Um, So as we kind of go through the recap, there was some stuff that happened with the Pixina, and a little bit of a natural kind of commune that may have happened at the actual house. Essentially, Sylvana may have been brought back home in a way, in a really natural sense, brought back in the kind of into the cycle, so to speak, in a very spiritual way, as that kind of happened. Um, Beyond that, it was just good role play. Just had some nice, just fun role play sitting around the tavern. Wasn't much. I think we did a little bit of shopping, not too much. Just really were kind of settled on, hey, what do we do next after the role play? And then we decided to get on the road, heading down. We got our horses, got our wagon, right? So we definitely have these things with us here. We're kind of provided that, as you all are. Well, some of you, anyways, stewards, right? You had kind of the luxury of being able
Oh,
to
Faith.
garnish those things for free as they loaded them and get them ready for you. And so you should be able to see in the actual player characters tab, I went ahead and made the Slayer's Wagon. So it's just kind of a
That's what's called
treasury.
the Slayer's Wagon.
Slayer's Wagon. There's a little family, a little picture
That's like an
on
awesome death metal band.
it.
Slayer's Wagon.
Slayer's Wagon. So this kind of thing is like, if you ever have items in your inventory, or something you just want to like dump in there, just like find something you want to add into there, just coin even, you want to keep track of that, you always can.
But
Um, Beyond that, we were on the road. We get to kind of get some sightseeing, different kind of how Beholder kind of looks, and we just kind of made our way here. And so now we're here at the Sterling Outpost, right? So Sterling Outpost being a settlement, the village, kind of a in between place to rest. On the way from trade between Leith and Beholder, it's kind of a natural here. We come to the Spoiled Rat, a half of a ship that's kind of been grunged down. It's just a single deck at this point. The entire masts have been like removed of it. The rigging has been kind of smashed and removed out of it, and so it's kind of just like leaning at this point. There's a few other annex like the actual stables or the corral that they've kind of have kind of pitched. It's like straw thatch and extending outwards. Nearby the entrance here, and you can have a sign. You also have a little poster board. And the poster board is really just like goods that are being like agricultural, like some of the homesteads, right? Hey, I got 10 sacks of barley or something, and I'm looking to trade it for a pig, kind of thing. There's not really anything on there per se that would suggest like bounties or like creatures that have lurked there. Um, not to say that there haven't been them there, just that they're not there right now, which might reflect onto what you all have done previously, some of you anyways, in the marshes, right? And kind of what has been kind of dealt with that. So given that this place is not that far from the marshes, there's just foothills and some trees that separate it, right, in farmland. So, anyways, yeah, we'll come into it just nice and neat. So I'm going to unpause it and get the music situated here. Any questions at all?
I'm blind.
negative Ghost Rider.
Well, yeah, you're blind. Your token's not working. And
It's actually just a debuff that you were handed. It'll go away in like 3 sessions. Don't worry. Oh, it's raining. Of course, it's raining.
all right. There's you come in here. I'm gonna get a description again of what's inside. So it's the particular place here that you're kind of coming into has a ceiling height that's roughly about like 11 to 12 feet, and it's a kind of wooden beams that are somewhat exposed, rotten and weathered as you're coming in here. The ship itself seems to be in dire straits, right? It's in absolute need of repair. You can see the whole, the actual inside of the ship, right? It has like cracks and splinters of the wood. There's like puncture holes. There's some light even coming through some of the cracks, exposing it to the outside. And there's just water as well dripping down in certain places, right? So coming from the actual flat roof of the ship that's slightly turned, it's like dripping through some of the cracks onto the wooden beams and then down. Some of the wooden pillars have been kind of made makeshift and put in there. They're actually just like pylon like trees almost that have been like carved with their bark and then squared off and like shoved in to support the ceiling height of this particular place. There is a bar that kind of wraps around, made with a darkened wood and scratched, decayed, and then whatever finish has been upon it has been kind of chipped away. There's an individual that kind of sits behind there. The individual kind of resembles like a cheery cheeked human as best as I can say, with balding hair. There's a decent stubble. Wears a kind of a white cloth tunic, and it's tucked into brown leather trousers. There's black boots and torn down to the feet. There's a small kind of brown leather coin purse with a brown leather belt. They're just kind of moving around of current on the bar underneath and shifting around with barrels and like retapping things and adjusting things, and then disappearing through a door here, which goes into a small and quaint kitchen. And then they're coming out. Now, the patrons in here are pretty much travelers, right? You can see that there are just folks that have been traveling on the road, some of them traders, and they may have just like grouped themselves together a little bit, right, to kind of travel together in the time. Some of them might be more fancier dressed than others. The only particular character here that really stands out is in the back of the or the stern, so the bow side of the ship, up some stairs that kind of just ascend maybe gradually like 3 feet or so to kind of just an upraised area. It's natural on the ship is a half elf that appears to be wearing a chainmail and has a maroon and a reddish scrappy cloak on. And they currently have the cloak somewhat flowing down, and then it's hooded as well, so it goes over. They're smoking a pipe as of current, so they're just smoking away, and they're drinking out of a flagon of ale. It's this clay mug that they're just kind of downing little sips at a time. And then they have a few papers upon the actual table itself. There's bread and a couple, cheese there. No plates or anything, just out on the table, some candlelight. And they're like shifting through papers as they're like smoking and then drinking. Now, taking a better look as you're coming in and really kind of seeing that figure and the way that the cloak kind of falls down, you notice that there is a symbol upon the actual armor itself, like an emblem that is there. And then for those that actually speak Elvish, it seems to be the Elvish word kind of ascribed upon it for fire. So there's a kind of a word for fire that's inscribed into the actual emblem and the symbol itself. And that is that kind of cuirass of the actual chainmail. Has firm brown, kind of a graying beard, thick brown hair. It's kind of put into a ponytail. You can see it kind of wrapped down around, coming through the actual hood there. And then beyond that, there really isn't much that you can see at this distance, as well as like kind of cloaked, and they're kind of bent down over the papers.
Bet. I go to the bar top.
Picks themselves up and looks towards you. Hi.
Oh God. Hi.
How can I help you?
Turn around. Like, where is everyone? All right. Food and drinks, or sex.
Food and drinks
Yeah.
for all of you?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. No problem. Can I get a name?
Go with Ica. I remember.
All right. I think it is. I'll get you some food and drinks. I'll be right back. We're just in the kitchen. Minutes
I'm
past
just, I'm
5.
just, yeah, I'm just by myself. At the time.
Door opens. As a
It's
kind
not
of
my
a
fault no one wants to sit next to me.
thing of bowls that are kind of stacked up,
table.
sets it down onto the bar counter, grabs a cast iron pot of some kind, begins to ladle out stew into the bowls, and slides it down.
Dank.
Ale then, yeah.
Sure.
Moves to a cupboard, grabs some clay mugs out, begins to fill it into one of the barrels, puts it down, one after the other. All right. Looks like you're all set here.
Amazing.
5 silver piece.
5 silver. All right. Well, I don't have any silver on me, so I'll just give you some gold. How about that?
Oh, I really appreciate that. Thanks for that.
I'm gonna get a nice round number here. Give him 3 gold pieces.
3 gold. Well, let me know if you need refills.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no, don't worry, guys. I'll carry all this by myself. Don't worry. Just,
From what I've heard, you're very capable.
Ike gives a thumbs up.
I don't know where you heard that from.
Wall.
I'm consistently needing a crutch.
Oh, you always come back up after you plop down.
Damn straight I do. Gotta have that go get 'em attitude, you know?
That's adorable.
It's like a childlike wonder that I refuse to let go.
Was it issued to you when you got your armor?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Alright, what kind of stew am I eating here? I need to know.
Stew seems to have carrots and potatoes in it. It seems to have some onion, lots of onion. There's very little meat. It seems to be some sort of reddish meat. It's difficult to tell. It's been stewed for a great number of hours, and smells highly of ale.
Oh.
Dang.
Oh, boy.
Welcome to the spoiled rat. You kind of get what you pay for here. All right, what do we think about this gentleman in the corner?
Well, I've never really known folks around people to be so committed to fire.
Yeah, me neither. Can't think of anything.
Faye, is it like a druid thing?
Fire.
Because fire's a druid thing. What? I mean, if anything, that's more up Ika's alley.
Fire.
Looking back at this guy though, what kind of vibe is he giving off? Do a little vibe check.
I
Vibe
mean,
check.
just staring at them,
I think it's
they
called
seem,
insight.
they
But
seem to be looking through papers. Papers are decent quality, maybe a little bit older. You're just kind of smoking on the pipe and drinking out of the mug, sip by sip, as you're going through the papers, stacks, working off of a small satchel that's underneath the table from one of the stools, and they're kind of pulling out papers and looking and then stashing away, and pulls out an ink bottle and pen, begins to kind of write upon them.
edgy. Okay.
He's like being receptive to other people. It's not like he's necessarily giving anybody looks.
Barkeep walks over with the pitcher, begins to refill it, turns around, walks back to the bar.
He does look a bit curious, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Let me guess, you're gonna go say hello.
I'm just a little curious.
If they start anything, I'm finishing it.
Just enjoy the bad food. gonna just come up and be like, sit here, taken. Just passing by, but you look interesting, and I'm a curious sort, so I wanted to say hello.
Looks towards you. Motions the hand for you to sit.
Oh my god, I know who that is. It's Griffin Wyvar. He has a name under Stokey.
Am I
Thought I
supposed to
knew
know
him.
who that is?
No,
Kind of like looks over at all his papers. Like, what's a lot of work you're doing? Keeping you quite busy, yeah?
Can I help you?
Right. Oh, introduction. Sorry. Name's Ferox. Like I said, just passing through. Figured I'd be friendly.
Passing through, huh?
Oh,
You
yes,
figured
yes.
that. Looks around the crowd of non-existent people. That you'd be friendly to me.
Well, you know, like I mentioned, you stand out a little among the others.
Right. Looks towards the door. Looks towards the rest of your party. Who sent you?
My good-natured intuition. Is there a reason you're a bit distrusting of people?
I know you. Pick yourself up. Make your way back to your table.
Eh, not trying to get into any trouble. But she kind of like gets up and she definitely takes a moment to look over the papers and see if she can catch anything.
Okay. Can I add a perception check, please?
That'll work.
I think you saw something.
20. So, getting an idea now, looking up, I'm going to give you another description. It appears to be wearing a black belt with elvish writing that adorns the waist. Interesting longsword sheathed in black leather as well. So you're kind of standing up, or you came to the table and looked. The words themselves to you are obviously, you know, Sylvan, which is a little bit of an older, but you don't necessarily speak Elvish, are relating to the symbol upon the actual cuirass. It's actual kind of fire-ish symbol upon there. The longsword has a golden spindle handle, a crossguard fit with silver speckled steel, as well as a pommel kind of adorns it, this intricate reddish gem. More words are inscribed upon the actual gem, etched into the potentially the crystal structure of it. But beyond that, obviously that's odd, right? Really catches your eye, natural 20, is the fact that they're wearing, tucked into the robe and slightly dangling near the cuirass as it's just now kind of falling as they've adjusted themselves, appears to be a golden amulet with a very odd red gemstone. That kind of falls out. Seems to be craggly looking, inch long, slightly egg-shaped, opaque. The papers themselves, many of them are written in Draconic or Elvish.
Can I get a gander more of what the draconic ones say?
You stay around more, you can.
Yeah. So she's gonna kind of like get up and then like walk like 2 feet and then just like stop and then turn back around and be like, you know, that's quite the interesting amulet you got there. It's quite pretty. Just trying to make small talk as he kind of continues. Every now and then, just looking over the papers.
Stands up. So doing so, looks directly towards you. Who sent you?
There we go with this again. I really didn't want to have to say this, but well, my friends and I are kind of a big deal.
God. All right, Ron Burgundy.
Oh, great.
You ever hear about the White Dragon in the North?
Looks towards the rest of the party. Yes.
You heard about the undead attacks on Fort Farron up in the north and the Black Dragon?
Yes.
You heard about them recently?
As I understand, Ithrin has been slain. And that Grugash most likely is dead as well.
Oh,
Given
you
that
know
the
their
Horde
names.
has stopped attacking Fort Farron.
Well, not to brag, but that was kind of us.
Dragon Slayers lived.
Yes, yes. Well, finally our name's getting around.
Fuck, our names are getting around.
Is that so difficult for you to say the first time?
In fact, those two over there, and she points to like Aika and Kyler, they're actually stewards. Proclaimed by the Lord himself.
Praise be.
So where are you headed next?
Oh, off to Lathan? Yep, that's the one.
See, what are you going to do in Lathan?
I feel like you're doing all the question asking, and like it's a little unfair.
See. Sits down, takes the papers off, puts them into the satchel. Why don't you bring your slayers over here? So you
Yep,
see
she'll
he
kind of
begins
like look back and come on.
repack the pipe. Begins to repack the pipe. After repacking the pipe, moves the hand over it. You see it light with flame.
Fire. Like, you're gonna help me carry this shit, right? Like,
I can help you if you would like.
thank you. I
Yeah.
don't want to make a
I'll
mess, man. We
close-
just got here. I'm trying to keep
Close
it.
the book I
low-key.
was writing in and like start picking stuff up.
You ever gonna tell me what you're writing in that book?
Sometime, probably.
Yeah. Keep your secrets, you. See, like I told you, it's Griffin Wyvar. See?
To the table. Sips upon the mug once more time. Sets it down.
Right, welcome guys. This is well, actually, he hasn't introduced himself yet.
Oh, how rude.
I'm sure he was just
Snaps
getting around to it.
towards you. How rude. Right. My name is Griffin Wyvar. I'm a knight of beer. At least I was.
Nice.
Sure if you all know what that means.
Not quite.
I do. So I was
No
gonna
idea.
be that. I was gonna be that subclass. Then I changed my mind. I get it now. Fire.
It's now coming to and seeing the Elvish words for those that can understand. The actual Elvish on the longs for the sheath of the black leather appears to be reborn in fire and awakened by its eternal glory. And then on the actual pommel is the Elvish words for beer. It's actually on that crystal engraved on there.
Sweet.
Your friend here said I was asking too many questions.
You're also very committed to fire.
I am. Knights of Beer are trained as children, selected by the Wizard's Keep, where we contain draconic blood of either red or gold.
And you fancied red?
No. My ancestry
What
is
did
with
Red
gold,
fancy you?
as far as I know. Which history do you all know about Arthuria?
A little bit here and there.
You can't claim to be a good student.
Yeah, you're plenty good.
Did it involve people killing each other? Maybe I can know something.
Arthuria has long been known to call to dragons. It is still rather unfamiliar. The wizards, the keep, mages, studied. Many of them dedicated their lives to it, in an attempt to understand why dragons called Arthuria home. Not to mention that there are other dragons on other continents, on Antares, but just that, well, there are a great number here versus the others. They shaped this land. They conquered it before humanoids arrived. They were in control. What kept them at bay when they did arrive were those sorcerers with strong draconic blood. They rivaled the power of these dragons. And they came about just simply by being on the continent. Some historians would tell you it's through the great number of dragonborn clans, enchantments of the dragons themselves, on the humanoids to have servants, to have those that they could command in their territorial fights. I don't believe it. As a knight of beer, trained first in martial combat, second to harness my inner fire, to invoke my draconic ancestry, my blood, powerful magic. And that calling and that feeling, it's more natural, more innate. It does not seem like something had been done to my bloodline. That's not where Knights of Beer find their home. We are protectors. We are guardians of the Wizard's Keep. We are sent on matters of the arcane to protect the agenda of the Keep, as they are a sovereign place. They are not held to any sort of governance by the Talthars, or the previous Sula Kingdom, or the Athrena Kingdom, or the Uther Kingdom, or even the Temerian Republic, as much as they wanted to send their colonials over and have their large investments in the southern continent. It is my task, Slayers, that I am to find how Damodar controls these dragons. I am on my way to a place that I've spent researching through the destructions of Chandranagh, the Wizarding School of Zoomfir there. I found the hidden dungeons. Destroyed and rubbled, I fought back a great number of Damodar's forces. I discovered that there was a place called Felgum on the Isle of the Blessed.
Micah.
Go on.
There were texts missing that pertained to this place. After the Wizard's Keep fell, Chandranagh was next. Zoomfir was targeted. I know Damodar spent time there. I must find out why those texts were removed. Many of these papers here that I have are from information about the place, as well as about dragons. Does that give you enough to work with?
I'd say that was an excellent introduction. Uh, so about all those missing documents you were talking about, anyway, you have any idea where they might be?
Most likely in possession of Damodar. When Felgum was ruined and destroyed by the Talthars in the Age of the Great Purge, many flocked to the south of Arthuria. Zoomfir was a sanctuary, especially for those that were not allowed acceptance into the Wizard's Keep. Only those that showed great signs of harnessing the arcane were allowed entry, or, like myself, had draconic bloodline to be able to become a Knight of Beer. If these researchers at Felgum, these fine studies, these gnomes, particularly of time, and what they referred to as the Old One, if they took some of their prized collections, it was to be stored in Zoomfir. Those are missing. When I can tell, there was a great side of the particular dungeon, the Labyrinth. These vaults that were dedicated to the storage of these. The doors were gone, removed, destroyed, and the books were taken. My only hope is that at Felgum there might be something left. Might be more books, more texts, more research. Things that were not taken. Or perhaps find clues as to why Damodar had interest there. What was so relevant and important about it?
I think we would love to help you.
It's good. I've been on this journey for some time. For a great number of years. Wizard's Keep was attacked 9 years ago. I was only spared because of the resistance of Horan. Great
What was that name?
Elder
What's his-
Gold Worm.
Still
Horan
alive?
is, Horan is the spawn of Askuk. I did not realize when we were at siege and attacked that Horan was capable of being turned to evil, such as that. And at the top of the third tower, I fought with Horan. He resisted every blow, even his own breath. Albeit I'm immune to fire, but still. Horan told me that my purpose and my fate was yet to be decided. And he took me to the base of the Isle of the docks. I ran. He flew back up, continued the attack, continued the assault. From there, I made my way to Merlandar. I couldn't jeopardize heading in to the jungles of Chandronar and the provinces surrounding the region of Uther. There's too many of Damodar's enemies lurking within. They were already mobilizing. Primary force in Damodar's arsenal are what is called the Vodir. They are hobgoblins.
Oh shit.
Civilization that embedded themselves into the jungles, not just of them in Uther, but also those in Ethrina. Cylindar jungle is one of those. This is why Temerian colonizers, as well as after the fact, could not actually push into the jungles. Hobgoblins are skilled, intelligent, armored, and have, as far as I can tell, defensible positions in their towns and villages. So I sailed through the bay. In Merlandar, I went to the Glinlar, another wizarding school, and attempted to convene with them, tell them what was afoot, what to expect. I trained a great number of them in preparation of what was to come. And then I went on my solo mission after 2 years. Every attack the mages of the Wizard's Keep made, and the Knights of Beer against these dragons under Damodar's control. Ebrithune, Great Elder Redworm, Holran, similar in age, Belzar, Silver, Grugash Black, Ithrin, White,
Dead.
and Romina Green. They were protected by a barrier of purple and pink. Cackling lightning surrounded them. It absorbed all magic, disabled any effects we put on, disallowed any harm to them. My question to you, Slayers, is simple. How the fuck did you kill them?
Well, it was weird. So the Bane of Barry-Thune worked at first against Ithrin, but it didn't work against Grugash, and now it's broken.
You are in possession of the Bane of Barry-Thune.
Yeah, I'm gonna whip that bitch out. But no, I'm gonna be careful because it's obviously, shattered.
A weapon that was forged with 2 lines of red and gold draconic blood. Magical enchantments. It was made by the wizards of old and Knights of Beer. A weapon to be destroyed like that would have taken a great, powerful magic.
Yep, some pink and purple lightning-looking shield over Grugash. But it was when we completed our little map that we were actually able to hurt the dragons.
I do like that stone you got there. Like, it became complete. Its associated dragon color would maybe be vulnerable.
I just realized that. Nice.
So there are more of these.
Dude, sometimes I gotta stay in character, right? Sometimes I have to. That's what. Okay, cool.
Oh, I figured it out.
snaps a big. Now I get it. Oh, cool. All right, cool. Yeah, here. You want to see mine? I'm gonna pull mine out and hand it to him.
Looks towards the stairs. This is interesting.
Yeah, it talks to me sometimes.
Talks to you.
It talks to you.
Yeah. The Discord's not talk to. I mean, Frox, I know it's a little bit of a sore subject with yours, but yeah, mine actually recently told me about Velgum. That's kind of where we're also heading, but
Hmm.
yeah, a little detour before we leave.
Perhaps there's more pieces to this one then. Clutches. Redstone.
Yeah, I recommend trying to talk to it. Spark up a nice conversation.
Look towards the table. Stare for a brief moment. Shake the head.
You see anything?
No.
How long?
Sorry.
Or, if I may ask, how'd you come across that?
Swings the cloak a little bit and pulls out
Oh.
a hefty flask, uncorks it, and begins to down it ferociously.
Damn, I thought he was already good on alcohol, but all right, man. I got some respect there.
It's given to me as a token of affection for my love,
Nice.
my late love.
Condolences?
Fighting Romina in the second tower.
Fighting Romina in the second tower.
Correct. She was not a knight of beer like myself. She was
Mm.
very skilled with the arcane. Second professor in the Wizard's Keep. School of Evocation. Thought of all people her skills would be capable. She did as well. We went to help as many as we could, eventually pushing through assailants that teleported into the keep. They wore masks, these long snouts, covered themselves in black robes, and powerful magic. Pushed through, we made our way to the towers to assess what was going on with these rumbles and quakes to get a vantage point. It was the dragons that were attacking. Grouping ourselves together on top of the towers, we fell one by one. Kalisa was the last to survive on the second tower. And I watched his horror as Romina swung her tail and Kalisa just couldn't get out of the way.
Ooh.
Last I saw, she was falling to her death.
Damn.
Grabs his flask once more. Downs the entire flask.
All right, look, man, I swear that unless you ask for something weird, this is going to be the last time I pull something out of my pocket that's going to have something to do with what you're saying. I'm going to pull out the mask that I took. Were these the masks that you were fighting?
Looks at it. You see fire glowing into the eyes. Some roughly the
Oh,
hands
shit.
grab with fire. Where did you find something as that?
I killed a guy who had it.
Just casually.
They attacked the Lord Alan Falor back in Fort Farron. They seem to want him dead for many reasons. And I figured this would come in handy someday, maybe as a disguise or.
Servants of Damodar.
Oh,
They must have ties with something. Just can't put my tongue to it. Could be deserters from the Wizard's Keep. Could be those deserters from Glenlaw. There's only a handful of schools taught arcane. Clearly have great mastery over it.
they're all buried in race too. They're all very different people.
Yes.
No markings, nothing on them that was interesting. They seem commoners otherwise, except for the robes and mask. But
There's nothing there when I slaughtered a great number of them. That was
yeah.
anything that designated them as such. School, clan, guild, fellowship, nothing.
Um,
This Griffin is staring towards both of you, Sandra and Franz. The affection that you've been providing each other. Clutches the fist of the table.
just talk
Breathes
about his
deeply.
love dying. Me too.
Um,
But we're not dead.
but listen, I'm just a little curious. I've done a little reading myself on this kind of thing. You said just to confirm that Horan was attacking.
Horan was one of the dragons attacking, yes.
Had you ever seen him prior to that?
Horan does not take flight very often from Mount Chris, where his lair is embedded into the peak. He works through the clan Belnock, golden dragonborns that are live in the Crystal Desert within their town. They form a very intimate relationship. Horan believes that his influence upon Arthuria should be non-existent, and that his only goal was to stop any other dragons that arose to power. After the fall of Askuk, the battle of the twin-winged fires that formed the Lavster Mountains that separated Alara into two, the Gorn Valley and the Crystal Desert, the Wizards of Old and the Knights of Beer formed, forging that blade to slay Berrythune. The Knights of Beer at the time and the Wizards of Old founded themselves in Mount Dreamar, where Berrythune's lair existed, and they harnessed Berrythune's body and its magic it possessed, constructing the keep and removing the Red Dragonborn clan, known as the Fenkin Ka Bradan. Not sure where they ended up. They were removed, banished, outcasted. How Erithune came to be perplexes everyone. The clan did not have it, nor was there a swan in Berithune's lair. The Wizards of Old and Knights of Beer at the time, they groomed Horan, hatching the swan, preparing Horan for what was to come, stopping other dragons, such as Tresgal, a blue dragon whose lair existed in the northern Lavstyr Mountains. It was between the Crystal Desert and Ismar.
So you said the Knights of Beer and the Wizards Keep were grooming dragons to help fight other dragons, right?
Grooming just Horan.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I was hoping that maybe
Horan-
because
Horan was small.
Mm.
Tresgal was quite large at the time. Dominated great region. Territory. It was ruthless.
I was just thinking maybe you could help. I got a dragon egg out there, and I don't know when it's gonna hatch, and maybe if you could help me raise it. But
You have an egg of a dragon.
Mhm.
Is it
A white dragon
Grugashes
egg.
or Etherans?
it's a white dragon egg.
And you did not kill it.
Oh, was I supposed to? I don't know. It seemed really cool.
What do you hope to gain after hatching this dragon?
I don't know. I put my hand onto it, and it put its little talon thing up to me. I think we're already friends, but I don't know.
Aw, it's adorable.
Yeah,
Dragons
it
are-
kinda is.
Is
Yeah,
Dragons
it
are
kind of
quite
is.
simply uncontrollable. That is
Well-
why my task is to find out how Damodar controls dragons.
Well, if we're at the Dragon Slayers, I'm really not too worried about a little tiny dragon then. I'm just gonna be real with you.
Showing
what
this-
if
a
you-
baby dragon love could help.
And what if it hatches and flies away? You're unable to stop it, and it flies and reaches back into some lair and grows and grows and grows, and
Well-
then it's large enough that it's able to conquer cities.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're confident. We're 2 for 2 on dragons so far. So
We'll
I'm
put up
feeling
missing
pretty good.
signs.
2 for 2. Right.
To be fair, Ethrin was
found-
pretty weak, and if that's Ethrin's kid, so
Well, Ethron was young though. I think is what we're hearing from Grugash.
2
So
for 2.
hey,
In your debacle, while you were all in the marshes for the months, Belzar has killed all of the dwarven clans, besides Clan Gilgal, currently occupies Aluda, and controls Ismar.
okay.
Oh,
They're just dwarves.
First off,
Belzar has
Wow,
committed
Jesus.
genocide
Come on
Wow.
now.
and has destroyed the dwarven cities. I understand you only can do so much, but your quest is to slay dragons. That's why you call yourself Dragon Slayers.
hmm
Do you know what the refugees have yelled for after the fact?
Gold.
Why aren't the Dragon Slayers here?
did you know that we got stuck in one room for 5 months and we had no control over that?
I did not.
Yeah. So see,
Seems
Lot
like you
of-
shouldn't have been there.
oh, just looking for rocks a little bit. I think we all thought we were safe. Trust me, we didn't plan on that.
Regardless, the
No
deed
need
is
to be
done.
rude.
Look.
Belzar
I
is in
think-
service to Clan Gilgal.
Yeah.
Plan
okay.
to slay that dragon, you'll have to go through a great number of dwarfs.
Oh, well,
So
we slay them to get to the dragon?
You're going to slay armies of dwarven
No.
soldiers.
we're gonna get there. All right, I promise.
Right.
We have this great like circle we're working on right now. So
All I'm
don't do it late
stating,
then.
and using as an example, is if you leave Etherin's spawn alive, what can happen?
No, I mean
Can, not will.
we don't even know if Grugash had a spawn because we didn't get to see that. So
And you stated the worst that can happen. Well, what about the best that can happen?
yeah, what if I get a new best friend? Sorry, Aika. I think you get it. Like it's a dragon, man. I think you can understand that one.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I think okay. I was like, I think you can get that one at least. I mean, I'm still prepared for the worst. Just optimistic.
Nothing wrong with that.
Damn straight. Anyway, I think we understand. It's all very, it's all very sensitive and very hot topic right now. And I think we just need to understand we're all on the same side here, right, guys? We're all gonna do the best we can to help those who need it. Go Dragon Slayers.
Well spoken.
See, I'm working on it. I'm trying. Anyway, are you a chosen one now too? If you have a red stone, I'm just
What are
Timothy's one of them.
chosen ones?
Dragon Slayers, chosen ones, stone bearers, badasses. I mean, that got a whole lot of names for us. You got to cycle it out so not everyone knows who you are. I'm gonna be real, and I'm gonna look at it's a little hard to to not stand out.
A little bit.
If you are heading to Felgum, that is your next destination, yes?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I will accompany you there. After,
Yes.
I will not.
Okay.
Okay.
You are far
You
too
sound like a
hopeful.
blast.
Careful, he has fire magic.
I'm gonna go ready my horse.
I don't care.
I think there's a literal blast. You have to be careful.
Hands
I
up,
still don't care.
throws
Griffin,
over the
hang on,
satchel.
one more thing.
Oh,
One more thing.
oh.
In my reading, there was another name I came across, but I never found another reference to it. Name by the Zalrog.
Salrog. Haven't heard that name for some time. It was a bronze
I've heard
dragon.
it before. What? How
Salrog.
many dragons are there?
It's long past. Great number of years. Speculated that Zalrog's lair was in the Galliana Mountains.
Let that back go.
To the west of the Isle of Beskar.
Bet I'm gonna circle it. Thanks, man.
There'll be more time to talk on the journey ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're
First,
gonna
have to
eat.
figure out how to get through this Telthar blockade to get to the Isle.
Wait. What?
It's fast. I'm ready my horse. I imagine you all want to leave soon, yes?
Yeah.
Blockade's not too bad to get through. You just need a bit of patience.
Okay, but it's the Telthars. Like, it's.
Okay, we
So-
have two stewards here.
No.
I don't really think that gets us so far.
We'll just cause a distraction.
How
This
are we
is a
getting
bad
by?
idea.
What do you mean it's a bad idea? Really? You're all Mr.
Causing-
Felgum, and then now we're over one little
Well,
blockade?
I mean, causing a distraction was probably a bad idea.
Oh, I mean, I think that is actually the only probably way we could get through a blockade. I'm gonna be real.
Oh,
I mean, it works for pirates.
I mean, we could always go around the blockade.
Good try. We need to get an
Around
actual.
the
We need to get
three.
actual eyes on first. Really, we need to actually see what.
Well, first we need to go to Elathan.
Yeah. Are we meeting someone there?
Mm-hmm. Captain Morgan.
Well, see, now
Oh.
I'm not worried about the blockade.
Yeah, he's pretty skilled at getting through them.
Oh, fantastic! You met him. Yeah.
Of sorts.
Well, apparently Yandir knew about him, and so we just have to give him his name, and maybe he can help us out.
Sounds good.
Well, he helped me. A coin.
I'll let you two decide how to flex on that scenario. Aika, how you feeling, man? We got Felgum to do for you, and then now we hear that your dragon is slaughtered a lot of people. How you feeling? Oh,
I will be right back. My
All right.
daughter fell, so I'm gonna go check on that.
put a football helmet on.
well, I'm not particularly stoked about the second thing. But,
Yeah, I didn't know about that. that was a
first
big.
thing,
That was a
first
big
thing.
It's a dragon.
bombshell. Well,
I'm very excited. I'm ready to get there.
so it was the province of Ismar, right? That's where Silver Boy was near Uluda.
Yeah, in the opposite direction of where we're going.
Well, so we kind of talked about it last session because we felt a little awkward when we finally left. It was like the whole point of everything we were about to do was a little more Ica related. So either Province of Ismar or Felgum. And so that's why I said our plan is to kind of do a big like circle here. So we're gonna go to Lathan, gear up, leave, go to Felgum, make our way back to Fort Farron, and then head because
Well, you know,
Aren't the
along that
dwarves-
circle, you have Girder here.
fuck.
Hey,
I forgot about. Okay, so Ika, you also missed out on. Or were you there for that when we found out that you were? Okay, dude, there's people in and out. It's hard to remember everything because now we're missing another two. But yeah, so we'll. I mean, I don't know what sounds more urgent: a dragon that has taken over an entire province, or
No,
Whatever.
that was last session. We had that meeting with the dwarf.
so. Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah,
I was there when it was like we got
When
it on the map.
we
and, like,
first got
got
back,
the-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we talked to him again. It's clearly urgent. It's something important is there. There's a reason why he was, resurrected. Like, it's clearly important out of character-wise. We know that it's something important. But now, once we get back, I think that's where we have to decide. Do we go fight another dragon? Or do we go... correct me if I'm wrong. Did I hear the words lich with something about Girder? I think I heard something about...
Oh God.
There was some sort of presence there.
Michael said something lich. I was like, oh fuck. So there's we got some scenarios. That's why I was saying to Griffin, we kind of do like a little circle. So we just go to Lathan, we buy some much needed upgrades. Which once again, the two who wanted upgrades are not here again. So I might pick out a little gift bag for them. Maybe they'll like it or not. I don't know.
What if we get to Felgum and then it leads us on something in a different direction?
That's very possible.
He was talking about like.
Oh, there's a Kraken's den up here. I didn't even see that.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Kraken Slayers are coming back, baby!
We're
We're gonna get Ferox yelling, yeah, so we're the Kraken Slayers pretty much. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun. Every time we walked in, we're the Kraken Slayers. So we'll go to Felgum. We do a quick pit stop, Kraken's Den, and we we conquer that once and for all. And then we rendezvous back. Maybe check out, I'm assuming General Law, since it's right there. Make our way back through the redwoods that are, because it's no longer the marshes, they're now redwoods or whatever. Maybe we can reconvene with Priest Umley, which was kind of wild hearing that he died.
Yeah.
That was kind of funny. Not in our game. I should specify, not our game.
Yeah.
Sorry, not. Sorry, I was like, wait, Dumley died? No. I don't know what it.
I saw that he died in the other game.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What did they do to make him die?
I didn't watch that. Priest Dumley.
Oh,
just because he's so important to our game now, but now he's dead in another game.
He's alive. They got him up.
Oh, they got him up?
Yeah, Priest Dumley didn't go back. For there's a whole different sequence that happened with the map and with Thurin Oakand. Like that just didn't happen in a way. So there's no call really for Priest Dumley to go back. So he was there at the siege.
Yep. Got a little too confident. Wow, look at us. We sent him back and all of a sudden he lives.
Yeah, just different
killing
how
it,
things
guys.
happen.
We're doing a great job.
It's part of
Did they
part
get
of the
Paxina to join them?
they basically sent people to go get Paxina there on. They wanted Paxina to arrive at some point, and through the combat, right? I mean, how much time could actually an old lady get across the whole town? Yeah. So we had a little superficial towards the end to yell out the name of the tree. Right, that was kind of one of those things that had happened. But yeah, no,
like he says, the tree. See, the tree. It's a fucking tree.
So it's just difference in how things kind of progress and how different paths take different actions and different things, and so just showcases to all of you that things are not scripted, right? They really do all of your actions really do have an impact on the game. So
there's a lot of variables here.
Yep.
All right. Well, but yeah, I mean, so that's what we were kind of thinking is we could do this, and then again, something could happen on Felgum and be like, yeah, so you're actually going all the way to the warfront now. So we know that stuff could change, but the idea is to maybe go back north and then we'll decide between the two. I mean,
we forgot to ask him where exactly this sword was forged, because that's probably where we ought to go to fix it.
Well, I'm assuming if it was by the Wizard's Keep down here, the Isle of Beer, I would just assume, but I don't know about you guys. I'm not really I'm not thinking about trekking all the way down there. Hey, yo, I don't want any troubles. Can you just fix my sword and I'll be leaving?
You just heard an account of what had happened at the Wizard's Keep a little bit. So
No,
I don't know
yeah.
if that's
Yeah, apparently Horan is not the good guy right now.
Well, it sounded like he could be persuaded.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
So maybe we
Not the
can get
bad
some,
guy either.
maybe we get some good out of him, and then stab him in his neck and make him bleed so we can become the Dragon Slayers again.
Oh no.
Hey man, I swear to God, it's just a formality. It's in the name. Like it has nothing to do with you being evil or good. It's in the name. We kind of have to do it, you know.
We have to be nice to him so we can get a surprise round whenever we go.
Like, dude, thank you for fixing the Bane of Barry-Thune for us. Hey, what's that up there? Ah! Just-
Oh my god.
Watch what's gonna happen. He's actually gonna be super nice. We're like, oh, we have to kill him. Anyway, all right. Should we go load up? Get ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Can I go through the walls? Damn, I can't, Michael. You actually made these walls.
And not go through the walls.
And I
Fair
do
enough.
like that nobody, and I mean literally nobody's asked, why are there no, or why is there a ship just in the middle of this outpost, like a part of a ship? Oh, what the?
questions.
I'm just, Yes, get outside, please.
Hello.
Get outside, please.
Goodbye.
Does he come out?
I swear, frogs, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything.
So as you see,
Oh
as
my
you come
God.
out, the rain beginning to fall down. Just a medium rain, overcast, decent temperature, right throughout the day here. I'm going to advance the clock a little bit, probably put us at an hour. Most likely, the conversations are eating really quick. Just keeping on pace. You notice there's a couple figures here. Some of the figures are just kind of wearing commoner clothing. They have potentially some armor on. Looks like they have short swords, daggers, and they're just wearing like backpacks on their backs, and they're kind of hooded and robed, just maybe traveling kind of folk. And then you have these other figures that are actually wearing this like blackish kind of coloration with their armor and clothes, and with kind of have some of them have like cloaks across, and then they have kind of some goldish and maybe reddish trim about them, and they all kind of look rather similar in a sense. They have maces and shields. They're wearing splint armor. They have crossbows that are kind of dangling from their sides. Currently, what's happening is that they're unloading, like they're digging within the back of the carriage for things really quickly, and then they're shoveling it over to these two folks. And as soon as you're coming out here, these two folks are turning in that direction, and then they're kind of going off the map towards the west, back to basically to Lathan, right? Is where you're kind of noticing they're going on the run. So they're kind of making just walking, right? They don't have any horses, they're not on horseback or anything, and they're just kind of walking off. The rest of these folks are kind of shifting things, getting things reorganized on the actual wagon. And after doing so, they begin to get the wagon turned completely around. And as they get it turned completely around, they begin to head towards where you've actually came from, which is up towards like Beelder and Fort Farron things. And they begin to kind of turn the wagon around and go the other way.
Okay, good.
I thought that was our wagon and they were robbing it. So that's why I called you a liar. You're like, why would anybody rob?
Your wagon
That was
your wagon can be parked to maybe over here, right off map. It
I
can be
thought
parked
that was our
anywhere, so
wagon.
I
just
thought
leave
they
it-
were gonna steal the egg.
We get any idea on the contents of that wagon?
Nope. So it looked like to be covered with like a loose cloth over top, very conventional in the wagon kind of escape.
Okay.
Inside of it, there's a kind of a driver there. Inside were chests, a couple barrels, things like that. Seemed like they were handing over leather purses that were tied off. So everything seemed to be. You didn't know the contents of what was in them based on the.
Were there any
issue.
like sigils or emblems on their clothing or anything?
No, none of them had any sort of emblems or sigils on the armor or the capes that you could see. Ryvar is mounted a horse, trotting up.
All right, let's get the wagon and go.
Hey, Griffey, you want to see
Yeah.
my egg?
Ray of Sunshine is back.
I think
I
if I
love
would see your
matches.
egg, I would probably kill it. So that might not be a good idea.
Well, that's a weird.
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Just
weird reaction.
Watch
to
your
have.
attitude, buddy.
Looks towards you. Are you serious right now?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Wow. You've been through what I've been through. You would have an attitude.
I mean, I'm trying to kill a couple dragons. If you've been what I threw,
But I'll be as polite and humble as I can. All right. Sounds.
that's gonna be great, guys. This is,
Let's go. Begins to ride off on the horse.
let's travel
heading
this
towards the
long
griffin.
journey together. Let's do it.
Just literally starts trotting off. Headed.
Yep. All right. Who wants to drive? Aika, you've never driven before, right? Let's teach you.
Oh god.
It's illegal to just hit people, isn't it? Still, Faye.
Don't do that. Yeah.
I mean, it depends on where you're at and what kind of assault you're doing, really. I mean,
No.
I like this
you know,
guy.
you probably just shouldn't listen to me. I'm gonna go get the Wagner.
I really like this guy. Keep him.
Bad influence. Bad influence.
All right. So
Seriously, how did a boat get over there?
questions. Why did you ask the barkeep? You don't even know the barkeep's name. You asked the name.
No, you don't get. No, I know, but we will.
That's
We
so
will come
sad.
back. Campaign's over. Everyone's retiring, and Kyler shows up, level 20, kitted out, and all the magical shit kicks down the door. I have questions.
I have
Cuts to
questions.
black. Cuts to black, and that's it. It's just that's the end.
Credits. Start rolling.
You see the end. Kyler will return.
Kylie will return.
we have a one-off.
Campaign 2.
Yep, campaign.
The Adventure of the Spoiled Rats. It's like a ship.
It's a whole campaign about the
a
crew
pre-
serving
The
spoiled
prequel. It's the prequel of the most.
It cuts back to me and interrogating him. I need to know more. And then
I need to know more than that. What can I tell you? This is all there was. We were carrying Spanish gold, fired upon by British ships.
cursed
what
Aztec
cannons?
gold.
Spanish and British. What are these
The
people?
crew couldn't die.
They couldn't die. They were skeletons.
There was a guy, Captain Jack Sparrow. Tell me about it.
Fortunately, it was canceled.
See, no, he's coming back. Don't worry. He'll be back.
Oh, you think he's gonna be back? We'll see.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So
If we run your next campaign for you, boom, you're welcome.
there you go. Got it. Got it. Babe. So you find your carriage, right? Just kind of stagecoach wagon S-type thing, right? You get your horses, get them all ready to go. You get on. You kind of catch up in a way towards Griffin. Griffin's just kind of trotting right on the horse, keeping a traveling pace, right? There's not really anything there. Pass by those two figures, they kind of push themselves off to the row. And they kind of stare at you all as you kind of begin to move fast. You're moving obviously faster, so they kind of look towards, and there seem to be just common folk in the face. One's a human, another's half elf. One's kind of younger, another one's middle aged. They're not wearing anything of emblems or sigils or anything. Nothing about them really stands out. They're just holding their backpacks as they look, and you all keep going by.
Hell yeah, baby. I mean, it's really specific, but I mean,
So, we begin to head from the outpost to a lake there. The rain's still falling. This journey is going to put you at a good amount of distance here, but you're on horseback. You got the wagons. So you're going to be getting there kind of towards the nightfall, right? Or even a little bit after nightfall as the moon is risen, the sun's down. Traversing the Griffin, keeping to themselves. You notice that Griffin has pulled out another flask and is drinking out of that.
what a
As the
baller.
journey transitions after several hours, you notice Griffin Wyvar is actually almost moving in the actual saddle.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, great. He's a drunk.
I'm gonna start clapping really loud. Grab it! Grab it!
What? What's the horse? What's wrong?
What do you mean? What's wrong? You good?
Oh, I'm great.
All right. Well, we're getting
Are you
close. So
drunk?
just
Am I drunk?
No, are you a drunk?
Am I a
Clearly drunk. Yes.
I'm not drunk. No. You don't have anything to worry about. I'll be fine.
you want
Hey,
this
you take
flask of
care of that.
alcohol I have?
I got my own, thanks.
He's good. See, he's not drunk.
I think he failed the test.
A real drunk would have taken all the alcohol he could get.
Not necessarily. Not if they're trying to keep up appearances. Or they just think you have crap.
Right,
stuff
because he
to
already
offer.
threatened to kill my dragon if he saw me. He's really concerned about how he rubs off on us.
Yeah, it's one thing to try and kill a dragon egg. It's another thing to come across as a drunk, which you are, by the way.
Stops the
really?
horse, turns. Are we gonna have a problem?
You and me?
Yeah.
Looks to Faye for confirmation as to how to
No,
answer
no,
this
no, no,
one.
no, 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 no problems here. Okay, we're all on the same sort of deal, right, Liz?
Yes.
You got in trouble. Tyler's loving this. He's no longer the one getting grilled by Ferox.
Listen, we're gonna be in Lathan in about 5 to 6 hours here.
5 to 6 hours.
All right. And after that, find your own inn, find your own space. We'll meet up sometime the next day, day after that. I don't care. All right.
Have you been here before?
Yes, I've been to Lathan.
Well, should we meet you somewhere then, just so you know we're not looking for you in a city that a lot of people have never been to? Or was that too logical? I'm sorry. Was that too?
Meet me at the Primaris. So I'll be staying.
Primaris. Sounds lit. Not me either.
On that note,
Yes.
though,
To go. Yes, you're on the move.
out of character, I would have back at the inn or along the road to see if we could snag like a stray hair, just in case ever need to find him.
You want a stray hair of what? Of Griffin?
Of his, yeah.
All right, roll sleight of hand.
Seduce
Well, I'm
him.
not trying to pick it off. It's just noticing like if maybe it's a loose hair or something.
There's no loose hairs.
Okay. It's well
Griffin
groomed.
stays well groomed. Yeah. Combs the
Okay.
beard and everything.
Okay, no problem then.
No plucking? All right, no pluck.
No, not doing that.
Okay.
Griffin, hold still for just a second.
Still for a second. So as the journey continues, progressing, you pass by notable traders and merchants, other folk that have kind of pitched themselves. There's a lot of agriculture that surrounds in Lathan and protrudes along the roadside. So you're kind of leaving like the settlement village and then just going to more homesteads and more things and kind of questioning really what makes that a settlement at this point, as you're kind of seeing just more of the same as you're going down the actual road. It's cobbled, it's nice. Across the river, you can see the density of the large wood. Understanding the large wood itself is quite thick, has lots of tall evergreen trees within, shrubbery, kind of a dense, low canopy and vegetation. And there's many tributaries that are kind of pouring outwards into the Gorn River, which justifies, what its size is, right? Because it has a lot of tributaries and streams that really funnel into the Gorn River and create it into a large and massive river. So as you continue to push through, it becomes more and more and more dense. I'm going to go ahead and toggle these maps to make them all players. So you can kind of have these maps will be accessible to you as we navigate through. So you have one map, which is the city, and then you have another map, which actually has the districts, which are marked. So the districts that are marked kind of help a little bit guide you through some of the actual descriptions through some of the things, right? So you can understand like, upper deck, lower deck. It's like kind of where things are at. What is important about the city maps before I go through the actual descriptions is that this is just the major city center, so to speak. So there actually is a great number of houses and small communities, as well as manors and families that actually exist far off this actual map as they kind of go in the the northern and then the north eastern direction. Okay, so the only reason why is so we don't have a massive map we're zooming in constantly to. We can just get what we need out of the actual map and have it look nice with a lot of things there. So as you come in to the city, transition some things. down.
A place called the Salty Brine. Fuck yeah.
So you can pick which one you would like to be on. I'm going to get the stream view over towards the district one, so that they can see the.
It's really
districts
helpful.
for the
I'm
stream.
gonna be honest. It's
Just ping the stream view so they have centered on the actual map. So I'm going to give a just kind of a backstory of the actual city, which is more of just like a general backstory that you might have had conversations with individuals or even just on the road with Griffin Wyvar. So Lathan was constructed over a long period, roughly 2,300 years ago, at a sea level beachhead with a suitable rocky outcropping for lighthouse and protection, as well as the nearby, later named Gordon River. Naturally inhabited by fey folk, halflings, gnomes, and others coming from the redwoods, the community was centered on love, fun, and freedoms. In time, docks were constructed to allow trade and transportation to the Isle of the Blessed, especially for gnomes that sought to eventually establish Felgen. Humans flocked to the newly built docks and were drawn to stake their own names in gold and riches. They formed guilds, fellowships, and companies centered around mercantilism. After the event that separated Alara into the Gorn Valley and Crystal Desert, humans migrated by the hundreds, especially those that did not follow suit with the religious zeal of Pelor paladins under the Sular Kingdom banner, fighting against the Black Hand. In a way, they looked at Lathan as a reprieve from the many conflicts that plagued Vaelder and the constant militarization of the well-fortified city. These humans took over Lathan and boomed the town into the largest port city on Arthuria. At this point, a council was established to govern the city and consisted of the most notable company or guild figureheads in the city, as well as a few noble houses that resided in the city's limits. Of the most immaculate engineering achievements is Lathan's lower docks aqueduct, sea gate or river gate, and jetty. Directed by Lathan's council, Akvar Construction, a dwarven-inspired masonry guild, and gnomish mages from Felgen designed and built an artificial way to control the tidal forces of the Gorn River upon the vast delta of Lathan's southern territory. Using well-designed star and tidal charts, River Docks Shipwright coordinates the proper flow through the aqueduct to enable the opening of the river gate for ships to easily pass through and upriver towards Balder. In addition, it maintains the measurements and tools needed to push the river gate into the water level to control the flow. After its creation, Cedric Bay Company, a transportation and logistics company, redesigned their ships to sail upriver and formed a monopoly of sorts on trade transport to and from the capital city. Lathan's Arena is by far the largest and most impressive structure. It was built long before the docks were constructed and was used for trade rather than combat. It provided shelter in the onslaught of constant rain and wind by its long tan cloth canopy coverings and exposed rafters with hardy sandstone walls. The council sold the structure to an outfit called the Denkosh, a miners' guild with headquarters in Paleen, a few hundred years ago to supplement the construction of the Grand Library, the largest library in Arthuria, to support Felgen. The Denkosh used the coin to purchase the surrounding grounds, continuing the city's long-standing tradition of a bazaar, and updated the structure to a proper coliseum with stone and wooden stadium seating, private boxes, and a dungeon for creature captivity. Currently led by Kularez, a gold dragonborn, the arena holds both single and group competitions bi-weekly. Creatures arrive by ship or land, fetched from various places across Arthuria, and adventurers and fighters turned gladiator flock to earn the prize coin up for grabs, which tends to be around 20,000 gold pieces.
I'm down, Kyler.
I didn't say anything, God. But you're right. asshole.
Most recently, Elathon has suffered because of the blockade set forth in the last year by the Talthars to limit Damodar's influence on other places in the world. The blockade does not restrict the transportation of goods upriver, nor does it restrict the movement of goods and wares to other places on the continent, as long as they originate from the continent itself and are for merchant and mercantilism purposes only, so no transportation of people. Many ships that rely purely on trade with other places across the world have sat for several years. Some of these companies have been more fluid and have adapted to other forms of trade. This has generated quite a lot of tension within the city, and the Emberock, an adventurers guild paid by Elathon's council to serve as guard, can only do so much to quell the city's tension. Fortunately, the Colosseum satisfies the city's people and helps keep the peace amongst them. So, that's a little bit of backstory. So I'm going to go through just a general now city's description. So a large and expansive city that overlooks Cedric Bay in the heart of the Gorn Valley. Elathon is well known for being the largest port city in the entire continent. It is the beating heart of Ealdor and operates as a somewhat dependent city-state within the continent. The city does not contain any walls nor towers to protect it from intruders. In fact, as you approach the city, right, you are met by farmland, traders, and common folk, littering the dirt, sand, and somewhat cobbled road, peddling wares, trinkets, and good, rather than soldiers or guard. The city is a mixture of various cultures across the world that have influenced its construction over an entire century of the city's existence. The housing is made with wood frames, roofs from the nearby pine, and then bricked or rock-walled sandstone. Agricultural surrounding the cities provides kind of a natural barrier from intruders seeking to invade the heart of the city. You have to get through the farmland. You got to get through the actual town, the little houses and the communities and things. You got to go all the way through all of that before you can even attempt to get to the heart of what's on the city right now on the map. Right? It takes a great journey, right? A great amount of effort to do that. And then why would you do that? Right? There's kind of questions of that as to why. So upon the northwestern cliffs overlooking Cedric Bay, there's various windmills constructed for grinding grain. In the south, a lighthouse sheds light across the massive bay and is perched upon kind of that rocky bluff that protrudes quite far into the body of water. Cheapside is home to unruly folk and workers for the Upper Dock, a district owned by the Talthars for their naval command and fleet. The Lower Dock contains many guilds or companies, such as the Cedric Bay Company and Blue Grass Company. Merchants' Quarter aligns the main cobbled road that leaves the city, paving way for many thriving businesses. The Bazaar District is home to the massive Colosseum and Bazaar. So, as you come through, you're navigating into the actual city. People are pushing. There's a lot of crowd. A lot of people here, even late at night. The sun is kind of somewhat set. The wind itself kind of brushes against you. You're at a higher altitude than the actual lower end of the docks, right? So you're currently upraised, right? You're working yourself down as you come through. At this point, I'm going to change my actual camera background as I have found this really cool picture showcasing what it might look like.
Nice.
Yeah, I got a little San Fran vibe, maybe, coming through.
Oh, I was getting more like European.
Give me European vibe. Whatever works. Italian, why not? Okay, but anyways, it's kind of the idea that you're coming high, right, and you're going low, right? Everything's kind of staggered in elevation, reaching towards the docks. And so as you're pushing through the main road, eventually you see the kind of the crossing over the Gorn River in itself. At this point, it's not nearly as wide. It's kind of come down in actually its width, and it's more fast moving. It's not necessarily as slow, but it's still quite wide. And the bridge itself is a very beautiful stone bridge and traverses a great hundreds of feet right across. It's a great thing there. Just try to kind of help with scale. Didn't make the river too crazily large on the map. And you pass by, right, traders, folk. People are kind of looking towards you. No one's saying anything. Many people are drinking, smoking as you pass by the enticing Weasel, which is a tavern. And you kind of have your anywhere you want to go, right? It's just an open city. There's no walls. There's no towers. There's nobody stopping you from doing anything, really. occasionally there's little patrols of Embrock. They're just kind of wearing emblems with their guild seal upon their armor, common armor, weapons, things like that. And they're just joking, moving around. Question really is, where do y'all want to go? Griffin Wyvar is going to the Primaris. So he's heading into the Merchant's Quarter, down the main road, leads towards the Bazaar and the Coliseum. It's the central path. It's the widest road in the actual city. It's headed for the Primaris.
I'm assuming that's got to be some sort of inn or
Yeah.
So I think that's a good for this late. It's a good place to go.
We can get to sightseeing tomorrow.
Yeah.
I agree.
Getting some maps situated here.
Ooh, I know where I want to go. Oh, damn.
Okay. So, after you have, there's actually kind of like a stables for the Primaris, and that's this actual structure here. And there's actually a person that is taking them. So there's an actual stable master that's coming out wearing kind of overalls, a halfling, and then a gnome is in there, and then a human's in there. They're actually working two groom horses that actually, and there's wagons that are going to go through the central area, and it's almost like you can go through and then come around the actual back of the building. So they're taking your horses, your wagons. So they kind of take them, they look towards you, and they kind of just stare and, you know, welcome to the Primaris, enjoy, right? And they're just kind of taking them for you. There's not necessarily a charge, like they're not asking for coin to take the horses. They're just stowing them away as you make your way to the northern side of the Primaris and the actual tavern here. So,
Cool.
I'll give a description of what this place looks like.
Ooh.
Walk in. So it's a two-story large building with pink stained glass windows, rich ashen wood. Primaris has two entrances facing the cobbled roads on either side. The floors are made of interesting pinkish hue wood, and the ambiance reflects that nature. The vibe hits a classy feel as several bards play throughout. Patrons are sitting at the glass tables, bar side, playing in the pool or chilling by the fires. Many of them are wearing fine clothing, and those that are potentially swimming even this late at night are nude. The ceiling is 12 feet, and the second story mimics the same. The upstairs is partitioned into several rooms, varying sizes and accommodations. A few more tables of similar nature to the first floor sit in a common area met by the staircase in the southeastern corner. So I'm going to go ahead and pause that. Not ballad. So went ahead and not populated necessarily tokens onto the map. It's not crazy with a bunch, but the actual tavern is quite full. So there's a great number of individuals here that have actually kind of compacted. So there's people pushing into each other, drinking and enjoying themselves. Many of them wearing silk, noble clothing. They are rich, fine, exquisite as they're sipping on wine, not drinking ale, really, mead. And then the actual poolside, you hear people coming in. They're kind of wet and they're grabbing towels. Outwards as these servers are actually handing them towels. They're drying themselves out as servers are making way through. And the bar itself is quite full. Enough seating for you lot if you want to sit down upon it. Maybe not a table, perhaps. And what you're hearing just by coming in is conversation of the actual fight, the actual arena competition. It's supposed to be held here on this particular week in 2 days, so the 20th. So it happens on that Friday there. So they're kind of talking about it. They're chatting about what's to come and things. And you're noticing that, it's a bit early, like, to come in. But some of these people seem to be faraway places. They're coming from distant land. There's elvish kind of nobles in there as well. And so they may be coming from Athrena or further than that, right? And it's just kind of an interesting vibe in a way, right? A lot of rich things happening here. They're smoking cigars, they're smoking pipes, drinking, different sorts of delicacy and the food kind of accommodations are at these glass tables. There's one particular individual that does not look like that. After reaching onto a table that has had kind of people upon it, they kind of stumble over the table and like fall into it briefly. And this person's like, oh, sorry, and just kind of makes way towards one of the chairs and slaps down into it. The bar seems to be quite drunk, especially this late. It's a small-shouldered human male with red wavy hair, full beard. Used to be quite small and scrawny. Wears a black collar tunic that's slightly untied at the chest, brown leather pants, and tall brown leather boots. Carries a rapier on the left side and a brown leather belt with a single purse. So they're not wearing like silks. They're wearing cloth or wool. They're wearing leather. They're not wearing fancy clothes, right? So that's what really calls them out, especially since they're drunk. It seems like everyone else is not really that drunk, and it's just rammed into a table and then kind of collapses into a chair at the bar. So
And it looked like what was he doing with his hands when he collapsed onto the table?
He seems to be walking from the pool side, so this particular door, and just kind of bumped into the table and kind of fell into it and is trying to make way to the bar. Right? So you kind of embracing that you've just kind of came in, and that corner, right, this bathroom here kind of blocks your line of sight walking in. The kitchen here, I'm going to go ahead and remove. These are actually open walls, but they have curtains. So that's why I keep them closed, because they actually have curtains on them. So I'll just remove those walls so you can kind of see inside. But it's a decent, well-kept kitchen. Ovens and sorts of things. Cooks are working delicately with other things, and they're being quite fancy. So they're actually kind of plating and making things look nice upon the individual plates that are served. There is a single person actually behind the bar counter, accompanied by a few other kind of servants and things. But this one actually really does stand out with what they're kind of wearing. They aren't actually really serving anybody. They're really just kind of telling the other servers really what to do themselves, and for them to pour the drinks, for them to do the food. Appears to be a male high elf, maybe son from the actual coloration of the hair, perhaps. But there is a kind of a dye to it that has a little black kind of dye coming through, maybe highlights. It's long, straight. There's a pencil goatee. Strikingly pointy finger kind of features, gold looped earrings, wears a light green coat with a white cloth blouse, dark gray trousers with long white knit socks, and black leather shoes. And kind of sees you all kind of come in, sitting upon the bar, notices that all the servers are really taken up at this point, and so takes the hands out from the back and holds it, does like a small bow towards all of you. Hello, my name is Master Fenor. You grace us with your presence here at the Prim Iris. May I offer you food, drink, perhaps a swim?
Rooms?
Unfortunately, our rooms are all occupied currently. Most of
Okay.
our rooms are on reservation for a great number of months, as we are the closest to the Colosseum. And there are a great number of these individuals that have reserved private boxes. And they would like to have long stays and enjoy what this city offers. You might
Totally
find a
true.
home in the enticing Weasel. There is, well, if you have the coin and the stomach for it, you can always sit in one of the rooms of the Salty Brine. I would not suggest it.
Good looking out.
Sees Griffin Wyvar, sits down upon the table, grabs a hefty, large sum of coin, brought it in from the actual saddle of the horse, and sets it down. Looks towards Fenor, raises an eyebrow, sidesteps over, grabs the coin, sets it down underneath the bar, grabs the key and slides it. Of course, Master Griffin, have returned. Key to your room, master suite. I will let the individuals know. Begins to walk
What
around the
baller.
counter, goes towards the table, bends down and talks to him. You're slight little outrage. What are you talking about? We've been waiting. This was... Sees the master looks towards the door. One of the servants opens the door, literally showing them the door. You see the individuals kind of walk out at this point. Not to cause any fuss, not to cause any problems. They walk out of the town.
Is it possible just by
Master.
looking at the bag that he handed, if it was like all gold, like around how much that was in there?
Just by the size of it and the heftiness of it, had to been right around 700 gold pieces. sees Master Fenor who's around the bar counter, smiles.
Yeah. Alright, well, maybe rich, but I'm on a budget, so 'cause I'm here to shop. So,
Nice.
I guess since it's been a while. I know the market's great, but any good like blacksmiths or anything to you recommend?
Well, you can always go to Master Torvin's, a master smith that I've heard has trained underneath Elwarin Norquina, a fine elvish and Temerian traditional smith.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that the only one in town? Is there?
There are other
What?
smiths, but they have prized themselves in working for companies and guilds. They are rather exclusive. Master Torven has a shop that is open to the public and is used quite often by the Tauthars. But the blacksmith shop that is occupied by Master Torven has existed for a great many hundreds of years and have seen many master smiths. Always a prized establishment. It only takes masters. If you were to seek other smitheries in the companies and fellowships around, you would find apprentices and journeymen.
See?
Nothing that would seek the caliber of those that are such as yourselves, as I can see. Nor
Does
master.
this place take commissions?
What do you mean takes commissions?
Say, for example, I was looking to have some armor made.
Of course, Master Torven will take an order, measure, and craft the armor that you see fit.
Oh, perfect.
So I'm just gonna approach Griffin. No, it's busy, a little more low key, but hey, do you think this master blacksmith could fix this sword? I'm not gonna say any names.
No,
Or-
Master Torven
no?
cannot fix that. No.
All right. Do you think he might know someone? Or should I just ask him? Or
You may inquire to Master Torven if
Okay.
you'd like. I don't
Alright.
see why it would hurt.
all right. I don't know, I'm trusting you here, but
Well, that
Anyway,
sword
we'll-
was forged in volcanic fire of Mount Dreamar.
my heart hurts a little bit. I really like that sword. Anyway, I'll get a new one. All right, man. Well, we'll catch up with you soon. You guys can stay. I'm gonna go to this. What did he say? Something weasel. I
Enticing.
heard
weasel.
something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go there.
Okay.
I'll nudge Griffin and be like, "How much did you give that bartender exactly?"
I gave Master Fenor enough. No questions asked. A room. Gold talks here. You have enough. Get anything you want. There's a lot of stakes in the Colosseum. A lot of bets. House Fortune and Favors just across the street. I'm sure Master Fenor is going to take the coin and place a bet for this very Friday. Who cares about a couple tourists coming in from out of town?
Aren't you supposed to be a good person?
You talking to Griffin?
Mm-hmm.
Are you being serious right now?
I don't joke very often.
What is not good about what I just did? Bought a room.
You piffed people out with money so that you could stay somewhere and you don't care what happens to them, as long as you're comfortable.
Do you really think they're going to have a problem finding another room somewhere else?
Would you have a problem finding a room somewhere else?
No, I'd just go to the Enticing Weasel or get myself a whore at the Salty Brian.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't know where I was going, but good to know.
There's other places to stay in the city. These are the finest accommodations. My gold doesn't talk here, I'll take it somewhere else.
Badass.
Sorry if
She's
that
gonna
offends you.
glance to Faye to give her the opportunity to stop her running her mouth.
It's all right. Let him be. I'm sure those people are plenty rich enough.
See as this figure, this human, scrawny up at the bar. Manor, please, another drink. Please. I just need it, please. See his master looks towards him. Pats him on the head. Oh, Roland. Haven't you drank your troubles enough? You spent so much coin here. See his Roland is now asleep on the bar.
She kind of goes over, like she's right next to him, just pats him on the back, casting Luster Restoration. Oh, you seem to have an interesting story there, fella.
Oh, why am I not drunk anymore? What happened?
Oh, Ferox.
Oh, what's your name?
You're not like one of those. You're not gonna drug me, are you?
No, quite the opposite.
Pulls back and has a dagger. I know how to use this.
I'm shaking in my
Put
boots.
your hand away.
Come on.
You gonna buy me a drink or what? Since you got me sober.
Regale us with a entertaining story, and drinks are on us.
Wait, so you do something to me? And I'm supposed to regale you in a story?
Yes,
Well-
just do it.
Consider it like this: you wouldn't have gotten the experience of getting drunk all over again.
What kind of weird extortion is this?
Kind that gets you free drinks.
Elena didn't send you, did she?
Oh, who's that?
Oh my gosh. What am I doing? I gotta go see Cassie. Runs out the door.
Who's Cassie?
So, who's that fella, Master Feanor?
That was a drunk that has been coming in here for over 2 weeks. Spending all of the coin that they have. And then, well, let's just say, getting kicked out quite often.
Yet they keep
It's
coming
not-
back with more.
The Prim Iris's responsibility to, well, stop the service of alcohol. Nor stop taking coin. But when an unruly guest becomes, they must be removed.
Uh-huh.
You all have yet to order. And I'm quite busy. So, I can fetch
Oh,
one of
yeah.
my other barkeeps for you, or I can pour you a drink.
What would you like, Faye?
Go off, whatever you'd like.
Some wine, please.
Some wine? Sounds good. Begins to reach down, pulls out 2 golden goblets. What's this? Do we have a specific year we're looking for here, or a type?
She will state whatever year it was 7 years ago.
Interesting. A red or a white?
Light. It tends to be sweeter.
No worries. Reaches down, begins to fondle a few bottles. Of course. Grabs a fresh bottle. Begins to uncork it. See the label upon it. States that it's roughly 9 years old. It's white. It is kind of a Riesling. Just to pour it out. Crystal clear with slight little bubbles towards it. The golden goblets. After finishing, holds the cork. Am I to leave the bottle? Or was it just the...
She looks to Faye.
Just a glass for now, yeah.
Pulls it back up. Shuffles it underneath the shelf. As you will. Are we running a tab here at the Prim Iris? Or are we paying?
No, that's it for now. What'll it be?
That'll be 10 gold pieces, please.
Oh, that's it. Okay. That's fine.
Pleasure doing business with you. And
hang on,
if you
those,
need
um,
anything else... Yes.
The other establishments you mentioned, the Weasel one, other idiot that maybe
Salty
Maybe not.
diesel.
yeah, maybe not as sophisticated and elegant as this, but maybe somewhere in the middle.
Ah, yes. Well, the Enticing Weasel is the tavern for travelers and adventurers. It is on the crossroads of the great river crossing of Gorn from the Elatham. So I would suggest heading there. It's the closest to get to the city center, and they have an abundance of rooms.
Yeah, see, that it doesn't sound like that's a quite a nice place.
It is decent. I have many, well, I can't say I have many guests that go there. No. But I know people. Yeah.
Oh,
Trust
you
me.
know people.
It'll be fine.
Right.
If you'll excuse me, I have great number of business to deal with. So unless you would like something else, I'll be on my way.
I was actually going to ask you about some of that business. So, this upcoming tournament, what's going on there?
Well, it is the bi-weekly competitions, of course. The Elathan Coliseum has seen a number of gladiators and fighters fight against beasts, monsters, of each other even. I imagine, well, this one should be great, just as they always are. Kulrez does well. What I can tell you is there is a group competition happening this Friday, as well as individual. The group is happening in the morning, and individual will be prized in the afternoon. Is this something you wish to join? You seem like
Well,
you're well armed.
Oh,
This one
yes,
is, anyways. Towards you, Lysandra.
We each have our specialties, yes. But
Well, then you'll be looking to
probably will.
speak with Kulrez then.
Cooler is. Okay.
and it appears that you yourself like to wager things.
I do like to dabble at house fortune in favor, of course. Is the well, looks around. Any other questions you have?
Perhaps you could make a bit of a profit.
Well, yes, that is, of course, the purpose. My dealings are not under scrutiny. Are we going to have a problem here?
No, quite the opposite. I was going to
Fantastic.
suggest
Then I will see you later. If you need a drink, please holler for another keep. Thank you.
okay. Yep.
Just to walk away.
Of course. Bye. All right, Faye. I'm sure there's a doctor around here. He'll get the stick removed eventually.
Yes, yes. Wait, what?
A stick, Faye. It's lodged somewhere. That's why he stands so straight.
Wow. Yes.
What?
Nothing. It's getting late. We should get going. How's the wine?
Tips it.
Pretty fucking
Nice.
amazing.
It's wonderful. You should try it.
I will, but see, we should think about winning that competition first.
We can think about winning it while drinking wine.
Just not really a big drinker, you know.
I am these days.
I see that. Well, as long as it's not overboard, you're fine.
Yeah, totally. Never overboard.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
I have no doubt.
Right, Aika, what you up to?
Are you shouting that over at me on the other side of the bar?
That's like
Yep.
2 seats over.
I mean, it's pretty far, but I'll look over and I'm like, huh? I was talking to Griffin.
Are you gonna be talking to Griffin?
Yeah. My turn.
Griffin at this point has ordered from barkeep wine as well, Golden Goblet, and has bought the entire bottle of wine, which sits uncorked at the side. Notice there's a plate of food being dropped. Seems to be fine piece of bass, cooked to perfection. A couple of different pieces of vegetables that have been sauteed, deglazed. It is looking amazing. And it's served on a silver plate.
I'll order something.
What's that?
I said, I'll order something if anyone comes up.
You're gonna order something, okay?
Yeah.
So you see one of the barkeeps kind of comes over, similarly dressed to Master Fenor, but not necessarily the same. They are lacking kind of the tunic over done, so they're just kind of wearing the shirt that's kind of tucked in there, and they have a slight little vest as well to go kind of along with it. It's kind of cheery and plump halfling looks towards you, goes onto a stool, has to step up over the actual bar counter, looks towards you. Has wavy, kind of golden and brown hair, blue eyes, and slightly tan complexion. And just kind of stares directly towards you and bows with a small curtsy. Hello. My name is Master Randall.
Good to meet you, Master Randall. I'm Micah.
Would you like food? Would you like wine?
Yes, please. And, I'm not really good at choices. Surprised me.
Surprise you? I will then. Surprise you, I will. Chuckles. Gets off the stool. Begins to grab out a tumbler. Makes you a cocktail.
Take it.
Sees begins to pour it out towards you. Seems like an old-fashioned. Pushes it towards you. And then goes back into the kitchen. After a period, you see plates are being served. There's two different kinds of meat for your fish. Picks the fish along with Griffin Wyvar and sets it down next to you. So similar in the food that was provided. Looks. That'll be 37 gold pieces, please.
Yeah, I'll hand it over.
Y'all getting cucked out there.
Thank you. Pleasure doing business with you
Just
at the
saying.
Prim Iris.
Oh,
Now, if you need anything else, just call for me and I'll come running. And I'll be glad to serve you.
Thank you.
You're
I'm
welcome.
gonna start eating. And then I'm subtracting gold.
You're good.
No, okay. So I'll look over at Griffin and I'll say, you are probably the first person I've met that actually knows a decent amount about Felgum. Well, that I've been able to talk to for more than a few minutes.
Okay. Usually that.
Badass.
Yeah.
Downs the wine, pours into the glass.
And drink a lot. Wondering if there was anything else you might have found, anything interesting.
I don't know what you mean by that. I feel like everything's interesting in this situation, so.
I mean, anything left out at all?
You think I left something out when I described to you what I knew?
I mean, it's possible. I'm just asking.
Possible. Tell me. You think I would forget to tell you something?
Well, I'd say I don't know you well enough to answer that question.
It's a good answer. I'll take it. If I intentionally left something out, it's really just because I don't know. I'm not willing to state something to go into details that I know very little about. It's not really my forte. Not really what I'm. So I'm not going to really speculate on that. I can just retell you what I do know, that Damodar has interest with Felgum. What I personally know about Felgum is very limited. Knights of Beer, we don't focus on studies of history and academics. We harness our powers to fight. The only time that we need to study is to truly understand dragons and draconic blood, how to manifest that to powerful spells.
That's fascinating.
So while we're talking about Felgum, why do you care? I mean, obviously you slay
Well-
dragons. And you
I
would like to
mean-
know how, I'm sure, on my quest of how this all works. Sure.
Yeah. Dragons aren't really what I came here for, or anything. I wanted to head over to Felgum when I was on my way here to do some research. I had actually heard of the gnomes, the wizards who resided there, and I was going to try and search for any clues as to where they may have gone, where their research had gone off to.
Well,
Really anything.
sounds like we'll just have to find out.
Finally. I've been waiting for this for a long time. There's been a lot of fighting and dying. Lots of stuff.
I've seen lots of people die.
When I
It
came
doesn't
here
stop.
to do study, I wasn't quite expecting all of this with the stones and the dragon, multiple dragons, being stuck in a forest for months. I don't know.
So what is it you want to accomplish if it's not slaying dragons? You want to figure out Felgum. That's it? Just where the research went?
It's a part of a bigger operation I'm working on. My studies have always revolved around how magic warps around time and vice versa. I've constructed a theory that I've basically established other timelines to be existent, and I'm working on travel between them, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yes.
It's just something, it's my life's work, really. I'm searching for some kind of power source that could power something like that, and my first option was Felgum, trying to find anything about the wizards that resided there and their work. It was really my only lead.
All I can say is if you go looking for power, there are always consequences.
If there is any power left. Of course. Who knows what we're going to find there? It could be nothing, it could be a scrap of something. But all we can do is wait and find out. So, while we're here, I think I'm gonna take time to relax after, at least for like the night. Then he's gonna like dig through his bag and like start pulling out a decent amount of gold to try and get a room here.
Okay. How much gold are you gonna pull out?
Would I have been able to like guesstimate around the same as Barak had earlier?
You just gotta flex. You just gotta flex.
Just gotta flex.
You just have to. Come on, in a place like that.
Okay. I'll put.
It's like when buying a scotch. You don't say how much does it cost. You just buy it, you know?
Yeah.
Treat
I
yourself.
will.
Okay, I'm laying down.
How
a coin.
much is 1 platinum?
1 platinum.
Yeah.
It's
How much
10.
gold is that?
Any currency conversion's 10.
Okay. I can't do the math right now, so I'll put like 800 worth of platinum in a bag because I have
800
like
so yeah, 800 gold pieces worth of platinum, so 80 platinum.
yeah.
Okay.
And I'll try to get a room whenever I see Master Fenora come back.
Okay, Master Fenora's gone upstairs, goes outside for a moment. You're kind of waiting. Minutes pass by. Eventually, Master Fenora rounds around the bar counter. Just kind of like continues going about business. Doesn't really pay any attention.
I'll try to like wave him down.
Slowly turns and looks.
Authority, Aika, come on.
May I help you?
I'd like a room too, and I'm going to slide over the 80 platinum.
I see. Takes it. Slides over a key.
Thank
Your
you.
room? It is not the master. We only have one of those. The ensuite should suit you just fine. Enjoy.
Thank you. I'll take the key.
Slowly goes over to another table. What the fuck do you mean? I've been waiting for so long! You see Master Fenora snap. See a few individuals open the door that have been on the outside of the southern door. Appear to be Emberock. Mercenaries for hire. Slowly pulls their hands together and look in the direction. Alright, no troubles. We get the funnel out of the tavern.
We'll
Thanks,
get Ferox
Fenora.
to see if Ferox is
Walks
judging
in the
me or
kitchen
not.
and sighs.
Oh, she is. Yeah.
Like shrugs at you. Like you know why he needs like a
Yeah.
self-care
It's
night.
like she's judging, but she's also like, yeah.
I'm gonna live good for a night or two. And then after eating, he'll get up and excuse himself probably, and start heading towards the room,
Okay.
wherever that is. I'm just gonna walk over here.
The staircase is over here.
I'm gonna walk over here.
Okay. Before we get to anything else further, we'll go ahead and take a break. I imagine. Yeah, it's late. Okay. Getting settled here at the some of you anyways at the premiers, so just one of you I suppose, but 2 others enjoying some very expensive wine. Kyler, you're beginning to backtrack towards the enticing weasel.
Oh yeah, I'm
Outside
gone.
of the
I've been gone this whole
Just
time.
like,
I didn't hesitate at all.
I'm not hesitating, grabbing a horse, baby, you know, out of the stables, right?
Walking,
Just
baby.
walking?
I'm enjoying this beautiful city, getting to know it.
Just enjoying as the rain falling down, the wind, and getting a vibe.
Cape flowing while I walk through
Just
it.
enjoying the vibe there.
Mm.
We'll go ahead and take a break. So we'll
Alright.
take a 10-minute break or so. Come back at 9:35 p.m. PST. So for watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back. All right, welcome back. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Let's get back into the session here, session 30 with Dragon Slayer. So they made their way into Alathan, this nice, beautiful city. And we're coming into kind of a little bit of the night kind of cresting down, so to speak, right? Everyone's kind of calming and getting themselves. We're going to now pan over. I'm going to bring all of your tokens just so you can all have like an idea of what this looks like. I think it's probably going to be best. Have an idea of what this enticing weasel looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and activate that particular map.
Is there a window?
No windows that are openable. There are windows.
Oh, you bastard.
I have edited that for all my maps. I've made it.
You got me.
Most of my maps now that I've been changing and editing and doing things, I've actually changed the window.
It's just like, all right, this building is really awesome. I went through all these details. Like, fuck, I need to take the windows out.
All right, so Kyler, as you're making your way back down the road, you're coming to the road transitioning in this cobbled structure. It's different. That is the kitchen currently, so that's a side door that you're actually coming to. Open the kitchen door. Hello!
Hey, dude,
So-
Kyler's just wandering, man.
The Enticing Weasel is a cheery and large tavern built nearby the main cobbled road in Gorn River Crossing within Lathan's merchant quarter. It was constructed well over 800 years ago for adventurous travelers to rest before heading off onto other adventures. The tavern becomes quite busy and occupied during the arena's competitions. So you can see that through the windows, right? There's like a massive tavern. There's so many people in it, and there's a rounding staircase in the center. So this large sandstone, rock-walled, wooden-lined two-story tavern with a clay-tiled roof. The structure stands about 26 feet in height, 13 of which is for the first floor and 9 for the second. The remainder is for the roof and attic space, which is required against the onslaught of this like constant rain and wind that pushes its way across Cedric Bay. The tavern features a small stables for its patrons' horses and an outdoor covered seating area for dining and drinking. Another covered area sits on the tavern's west side for storage of wood, well, and cellar. A side entrance leads into the kitchen. The tavern's main entrance is on kind of the south eastern side of the actual building there. So you kind of round around. You can see the stables, that covered area there, and then that door to your left. The tavern's main entrance is old, slightly rotten. Its rusted wrought iron handle shows signs of wear from the bay's salty air. Several trees and bushes scatter about overgrown grass and dirt areas in the intermixed cobbled road. That's what you get an idea. Upon entry, small entry has wardrobes and shelves for backpacks and coats, currently littered and thrown about right now. So you see many different like backpacks, adventuring backpacks and coats and those sorts of things. A bathroom on the opposing wall has 2 stalls and a wash basin. A staircase leads up to the landing, and then the second floor at the center. Circular tables with bowls of rolls and few dainty flowers scatter about with old cotton upholstered chairs. 2 fireplaces burn brightly, providing warmth and kind of ambiance. A bar along the western wall is split into 2. An entrance into the kitchen at its backside. Large metal ovens, cupboards, prep areas, and carts there. It's well equipped to handle over 80 patrons in one seating. So this tavern occupies a lot of people at once. So there's a great number of cooks, great number of servers. Everyone's just like running around. A lot of people are yelling. A lot of people are cheering. We'll get to the SFX audio in just a second. You can see that they're wooden trays, right? So they're kind of wooden trays. Filled platters, plates of food, pitchers of ale, empty cups waiting pour. Everything's clay, wood, right? You're not noticing a lot of maybe metal utensils, but not silver, not gold. Nothing fancy here. There's a small section off room. It sits in the tavern's northwestern side. It fits a large rectangular table and a small door to the kitchen for direct service. About the fireplaces are a few lounge chairs. Nearby the eastern fireplace are tables for pool. Billiards. Shelves and cupboards align the walls, storing the equipment to play. 2 wooden doors with round handles along the tavern's northeastern side lead out to the covered area. So those doors over here, they are going to lead out to the actual covered seating area. So servers are going back and forth from that area.
Sweet.
All right, gonna go ahead and cease that because we don't need that.
Don't pick the wrong place. Place is popping. See? Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. All right.
All right, so people drinking, people cheering, they're having fun. You approach the bar counter. Barkeep sitting there cleaning, looks up towards you. You see this figure begin to tap on the shoulder, point towards the kitchen, goes into the kitchen to help out, slowly looks towards you. This figure it appears to be a decently sized older human male with a greenish brown cloth shirt, suspenders, brown leather trousers. He has black boots that have recently been cleaned, brown eyes, brown slightly short and straight hair, some facial hair, but it's been shaved recently. Looks towards you. Howdy.
Ahoy, sailor.
Oh, ahoy. Yeah, sailor. Yeah, that's cool. Whip. My name's Bartum. Haven't seen you before. You look,
No, just blew in.
Oh, wow. It's awesome.
Sure. What kind of rooms you got, if any available?
Sorry, can you say that again? I can't hear you.
Yeah, no. Just gonna scream at it. What kind of rooms do you have available?
Oh, yeah, we got plenty of rooms. We have over 27 rooms upstairs. Some of them, we really only have small rooms, kind of common. We don't have any master suites or any of that hoo-ha like the Premier's has.
Don't need it.
Yeah. All right, don't need it. Sounds good. There'll be 2 silver pieces a night. Here's the key. Room 24. Yep. See on the key.
Room 24.
Extra 24. This metal iron key.
All right.
Any food? Any drink?
Mm-hmm. Just nod.
All right. You want some rum? You said you're a sailor, huh?
Damn straight.
All right. I'll get you
I'm
some
gonna give
good.
it 10 gold pieces for everything.
10
Rent the room
gold.
for a while. Yeah, rent a room for a while.
That's some
food,
expensive
drink,
coin,
yeah.
huh? What kind of boat you work on?
Oh, boat. Oh, you know Captain Morgan?
You said Captain Morgan.
Yep. Oh God.
So they stop singing. The bard stops playing. The crowd stops talking.
See, you guys missed out. I'm about to get jumped.
Bard looking around. Looks towards you. Yells out, no, 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 no. It's all good. It's all good. I start playing once. I wouldn't say that name in here.
Bad joke, my bad. Why is it so sensitive? I've only heard the name. I don't actually know anything about what he does.
Roll persuasion.
Persuasion? Yeah, I can do that. Let's see how this goes. As bad as good as I thought it would, yeah. I'll take it.
Yeah, Morgan. He's known out on the seas. It's a name that you last hear. A person like you does not work for someone like that. Let's be clear. You wouldn't be looking for someone like that either, would you?
What if I told you it was on Stewart's business?
Words and whispers.
Sorry, one sec. Real life ear issues. I'm
Oh,
waking up
really?
every morning. I'm waking up every morning with blood in my ears. So it's
Well.
I had a tubes put in like 6 years ago, and I just found out recently that the right one hasn't fell out yet, and it's on its way out. So sometimes it's like
Okay.
you know, you get your ears clogged with water, and you can drain it. It's constantly doing that. So if you see me doing this, it's because it's doing that. So what do you say?
Sorry.
One more time. Sorry.
He said that would be a no. It's kind of
Okay.
whispering towards him.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know, gotta take my food to go.
Food to go. You can
Yeah.
sit right here at the bar. How about that?
All right, that's fine. I'm in
Get you a
trouble.
mug. I'll get you a mug of rum, and I'll get you some boar.
Fuck yeah.
Sounds good. Coin is very much appreciated here, but don't say that name
Yep.
again.
Yeah, no, I won't.
Kitchen.
Bastard.
Comes out, gives you your food, gives you your rum, sidesteps against the handle of the patrons. Disappearing away from the bar counter.
Oh, I know how to open my talk up with my party when I see them. So
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pause that as you get your food and your drink. Transition here.
I thought that went great. I don't see no problems with that. That was great. First persuasion roll, nailed it with a 6.
I'm pulling you to the second story of the Permires.
Fancy bitch.
This particular tavern, I actually have a map for the second story. Most of the other taverns I don't. So just FYI.
I see how it is.
Yo, yeah. All right. So as you come in, you can see that there are. Hopefully, you load in quickly. You can see that there are more tables up here. Not really patrons per se actually come up here, but the places and the mats are kind of put in and served. These tables are ready to go. Flowers and gold and silver cutlery and plates and things, they're ready at standby. There's actually servers up here that are just kind of standing and wait and to help. 2 of which by one of the doors and 2 of which on another door. When you immediately come up here, it would almost seem like they have 2 of them are waiting for you, and they begin to kind of walk over towards you and kind of do small curtsies. One's a female dwarf, and another one is a female half elf. They're wearing similar clothing to Master Randall. You kind of experienced, and they kind of, as they do little curtsies towards you, they immediately kind of bow, and they don't really speak to you by name because they don't really necessarily know your name. They just simply call you Master. As they bow.
Mm-hmm.
Your room is ready, Master.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna head into my room.
Okay. Come to this. So they are kind of turning towards this door right here. I'm gonna go ahead and lock it for you. Sidestepping in. As you come in, silk sheets, beautiful cotton, mattress, a solid wooden frame. You have your own tub there, independent private bathroom, wardrobe, exquisite window to look across the actual main road and to see the arena, potentially the bazaar. As you immediately come in, the servants ask you if you'd like to have a hot bath and soap, oils. They also ask you what you would like for breakfast in the morning, as they will set the table that's outside of the room for you to have your private breakfast in the kind of common-ish area here upstairs.
I would love a hot bath. And for breakfast, just sausage and hash browns would be wonderful.
Okay. They ask before they leave and depart, would you like anything to drink while you take a bath or for the rest of the night?
Just water, if you could.
So they leave, come back, begin to fill the tub. They get soaps and oils on a small kind of cart that they wheel out, some storage area up here on the second floor. Bring it into the room. They begin to grab loofahs and sponges, and they're going to bathe you.
So, what were we saying about that socially awkwardness, Aika?
I can take it from
Be free,
here,
baby.
you guys.
Oh, of course, Master. We will be outside then.
Thanks.
What kind of place is this?
And they shut the door.
Welcome to the
Caffeinated.
1%, guys.
Pitcher of water there on a shelf nearby with a golden goblet for your drinking. And with that, we're going to go ahead and probably conclude that side of it. There's not really anything else to
I got
role
one more
play
thing
at
to
that
do
point.
with Fenor.
Oh, you got okay. So we'll activate that map. We'll bring everyone back to this map then.
All right, fuck, I'm coming in.
Oh yeah, you can look. Yeah, okay.
I know, that's why, yeah, I'm just gonna watch from the corner.
Creepily.
I'm just gonna watch this unfold.
The bar counter, Master Thomas, Master
Office
Raymond,
windows.
Griffin at this point in the night. I'm going to advance the time as well, probably like an hour or so. Griffin is drunk. See Griffin's just slowly pouring more wine, slowly
shot.
and surely getting drunk.
Cheers, I'll drink to that.
At some point, Master Fenor out of the kitchen is walking around,
Kind of wave him down.
moves over to you. Does a small bow. Yes.
She kind of takes out a bag and sets it down on the counter. And it's got around 1,000 gold in it. I got a little wager for you. Consider this perhaps something for tonight. But say if my group here wins the competition in a couple days, I get that back. And if we don't, I'll give you double.
First, before you decide to lay down coin, I would know that House Fortune in Favor looks around, runs a tight operation. I would suggest before you make any gambling wagers outside of their establishment to maybe understand the rules of the city.
Okay. Hey, saying you're not interested in making money.
It's not that I'm not interested in making money, rather, I would keep my fingers unbroken and my nails kept.
Well, nobody has to know.
Let me assure you, they are watching.
Not creepy at all.
Not creepy in the
Out the
least.
window watching.
You're more than welcome to take your wager there and bid on any competitor. And of course, there are values that they have equated. Some are worth the bet, others not so much. But that first you have to find out who's fighting. They have names, but if you all are going to fight, it seems, I'd make my way to Kulores. Get yourself in the bid. Many of these, the rosters for these events, they are, quite honestly, they take months of preparation in advance. If Kulores deems you worthy, I'm sure that you will fight. At that point, you may make the wager.
Okay. Didn't strike me for one to turn it down, but alright.
Strike you as what? A humble and sophisticated person that understands the law and order and rule around here?
Struck me as more of someone who looks to make a coin when he can.
Oh, I'm look to make coin. I do. But I know when to make it, and I know when not to make it. Survival is key here. It's the reason why I've run this tavern for a great number of years. So, if you'll excuse me, I must be gone.
Oh, dear God. Just consider it for the night then.
Taps Master Rain on the shoulder, and Master Fenor actually walks and leaves the tavern.
What do you say, Ferox? Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
That was very funny. How many
There's
times do
something
you think he practiced that in the mirror?
Oof. Interesting fellow. Could I get a sense when he was saying he prefers to do it legitimately, whether he was being honest about that?
Sure. Well, insight. 28. Yes, he does seem to be honest about it, and you notice maybe a slight pain in the conversation, suggesting that this particular character might have been in trouble before. But this is a situation.
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay.
Through the window. You didn't get rid of all the windows, you son of a bitch.
Uh, one
Some
more.
maps still have windows, some don't. Depends on
And
the
that's
ones
where
I'm
I will
updating.
thrive.
I will thrive at the windows.
Kyler
Like
has the window.
Where are the other
Window
drugs?
feet. Anytime Kyler jumps through a window for the next 3 minutes, he gets plus 10 to all of his rolls. So only if there's a window he can open and go through.
Live arm.
Hey, should
Staring.
just say like, hey, Liz, can you give me a moment?
Okay. I'll go make friends then.
Thumbs up. No punching.
That's how I make friends.
Who
Oh.
doesn't,
Can't do both.
Right?
So just gonna be like, so Christian, I know we don't really know each other too well, but if you could hear me out on something, I'd appreciate it.
What is it?
She's gonna kind of like point over to Liz. She's someone really special to me, and well, we kind of just found each other again, and after being separated for quite some time, and well, it might be asking a lot, but well, do you think maybe we could stay the night here in that room you have? I could pay you for it, of course, and I'd just like to treat her and make up for some lost time.
You the love of your life.
Mm-hmm.
So glad you have that. You can yell out, Glissa! Love you. I love you, Glissa. Sees the hands begin to glow with fire. Holds it.
Oh,
You want the room, you say?
yes, I'll pay you for it, no problem.
It's no worries. Grabs the key and slides it over.
Oh.
I'm gonna get on out of here. Needs to stumble out, hitting into the pillar, grabbing the remainder of the wine bottle, little tinge of the wine left. Just pulls out a flask in unison, holding the bottle, swishing it, putting it back, waddles out of the tap.
This campaign's just a soap opera, isn't it? I think I'm starting to realize this is just like a really romance-heavy campaign. Fuck it, I'm here for it.
Griffin is a person of many problems.
I think alcoholism ranks pretty high on that list, but we'll see.
I'm going to actually do something I haven't done before. I'm going to use summon a wild companion with the instructions to kind of follow him and make sure it gets to where he's going to safely, and if not, to come tell me. It'll be in like the form of like an owl.
Okay,
Always the romancer for Ox.
sounds good. Summon the companion just to kind of follow around.
Yeah, just to make sure he gets somewhere safe.
Okay, sounds good.
But yeah, and then let's go over here and be like, all right, please, let's go on upstairs then.
Okay. Ina?
We'll just stay here for the night.
We are?
We are, yes. See what happens when you're friendly.
No, you told me to walk away.
Well, take it from my word, I was being friendly.
Oh, okay.
Friendly.
All right.
Without punching.
Seems fake, but okay.
Oh, it's like Kyler is just getting the Tyson Weasel And shit, everyone else is getting ribs of the Prim Iris? Wow.
I wanted that. That's not like I got rejected. I straight up said, "All right, fuck it, I'm out of
God,
here." Like
this
I was
is-
straight up like deuces. Like,
These are my people!
yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. There's a backstory you don't know about Kyler, and maybe he doesn't like the upper class shit. Maybe he prefers to be.
Yeah.
Maybe he prefers to be with the common folk. And who knows what'll happen? The last
Are
time
you,
I was in a bar, it turned out bad.
It's true. That's very true. Are you both proceeding upstairs then after you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not getting any food at all?
You know what? Sure. Yeah, we'll order food. Yeah.
Master Thomas, a human, looks towards you with
Get the lobster.
fine hair that's slowly slicked back, has a pencil goatee that comes down, brown eyes, and a dark complexion moves towards you.
She's gonna just ask this to go wait by the stairs and just tell him, you're just sort of drop him like 100 gold and just be like, best I could get for that.
What is your name?
We'll be in the master suite.
I know that. I saw the exchange over there. What's your name?
Oh, I'm Ferox.
Oh, no fake names.
All right, Master. Well, the coin is no use. Your food will be delivered to your room promptly. You have 2 servants up there as well. They will aid you in whatever you need, as well as your companion.
Okay, thank you, but take it as a tip then. Bye.
Grabs the coin. Much obliged. My name is Master Thomas. Now,
These are great in social situations. It's fantastic.
all right. So we're gonna activate the second floor for everybody.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Kyler's
Where's
just
Ica? I'm assuming Ica's in here. Yeah, what's up, Ica?
Oh my god.
He's in the...
Listen,
Kyler
Yeah.
barges into the room.
I'll move over a little bit and get in here.
What do you do?
Get in the bath.
Listen, we have Tenzin and Marina, we have
I know.
Bliss and Ferox, and then we have Ica and Tyler.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sleep with this side of the bed.
All right. So as you
That was
both come upstairs, there's 2 obviously kind of servants that's standing over by one of the doors towards the north, and then there is a large double-in door with metal etching with polished silver and gold accents with 2 servants there as well. They look towards you as you begin to walk up. So doing, they immediately do small curtsies and look in your direction as they open their hands outstretched.
After you.
What's going on?
I figured you deserve something nice.
So they move one, unlocks the door, swings it open.
You go first.
Okay, you just.
Coming into the room, similar fashion, queen. You get this nice, heavy king-size mattress, silk sheets, plush cotton. Bowl itself has a small chest underneath, a solid bed frame, nightstand, has its own dining table in it. So chairs all set up with silver and gold. There's his own bathroom towards the north, and then a kind of a wash, an actual tub that's there. There's actual shelving with different soaps and oils already in the actual space here, and then there's a wardrobe and mirror for actually getting yourself set up, and then it has its own fireplace, which is currently lit, giving off warmth and ambiance, and there is numerous amounts of decor and art about the space.
Al Green playing in the background. Oh yeah, we're getting nice and relaxed up here.
Nice and relaxed. So as you come in, after a moment, you see Master Thomas holding a tray of silver over the shoulder, begins to walk through, and immediately sets down the tray and begins to move things around and looks towards you. Is there a beverage choice?
I think she would remember that wine that they ordered, so that one. Insert that one.
Oh, I do not believe that is necessary for such occasion. I would suggest at least a 60-year-old red, if you don't mind.
Okay. Sure.
Go great with the bass. Begins to walk out.
Bread with fish? Come on.
Cardinal sin.
You
Ish.
always go with the white with fish.
Soon Master Thomas comes back as an iced bucket. Ice bucket. Puts it down with the same 2 bottles of the Riesling you drank.
Oh, that
Both of
episode.
those in the actual bucket. Has a little stand, putting it upon it. Begins to uncork the red, pouring it out into 2 golden goblets. Sets down the plates on the side of the table. Begins also to light a couple lanterns upon the table. After that, steps back, does a small bow. Servants of the room will take care of you any further. If you have use of the bath, please direct them. If you have use of cleaning up anything, direct them as well. If you are in need of massages or lubrications of oils and trimming of nails, hair and facial, anything that you so desire, servants are at your beck and call. Again, my name is Master Thomas. I will be downstairs. Farewell.
Bye.
Servants shut the door.
Okay. Frost just has this look of like, what? And then,
I just listen.
but,
Like,
yeah,
what just happened?
I think they just have a good night here.
Meanwhile, Kyler's outside my window.
That's right. You left a window, Michael. And guess what I went if I'm watching like take a bath.
All
mean-
right. So
Hey!
you may
You son of a
shut,
bitch.
shut the window.
We
No.
produce kids right after each other, man. That's a bond you can't break.
It's a bond you could not break. All right, so we're
We
gonna
gotta go to
come.
daddy daycare. Hey.
Is Amy gonna be doing anything for the rest of the night? Is my question.
Dude, I got rum. I'm vibing. That's a good night's sleep. You know what I mean?
All right, no one's gonna be doing anything for the rest of the night. We're gonna go ahead and wrap the
Oh, I
night.
think some people are going to do something tonight, but you
we
know.
we can make some innuendos for sure.
You know.
So getting your companion, so Farax, seems that Griffin Wyvar has made their way to the Salty Brine. And
Oh, that's
is enjoying
unfortunate.
the fine company there.
Awesome.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and advance the time clock. Probably
I
getting
literally
it
flipped a coin too.
solid 9 a.m. wake up time, I'd imagine. Given all of the craziness that might be happening through the night. At this point in time, depends on what you're all attempting to do, I guess, today. I don't know what's really on the docket or the schedule of what you all want to kind of get done today or what you want to do for this day. So.
Shopping trip, everybody?
I'm going to the blacksmith or whatever.
Okay,
Yep,
so you're
'Cause we're
so
going there
Kylie-
too. Yep.
So everyone's going to the
Oh.
blacksmith?
Oh, apparently everyone's following me there.
Oh, that's easy. All right.
Going to eat breakfast and then go to the library.
I'm skipping breakfast. I don't
Okay.
need that shit.
I'm having a relaxed day.
We're doing intermittent
Relax
fasting.
day.
No,
Intermittent
no breakfast. We're doing a 12 to 8.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and get through some things here. So we'll start with the blacksmith, kind of waking up, getting up in the morning. Breakfast is served to your rooms in the Primaris. They take your order, and they will cook to what you would like, what you would want to order. Exactly to a T. They will give you wine, mead, water,
meet you guys
teas,
there.
coffee, whatever you heart desires.
Bro.
And they're at your beck and call. They also do not take your key necessarily when you depart. So it's anticipated that these rooms are booked for a period, and you have taken over that kind of booking, so to speak, through actually paying for the coin. So how long it lasts, you can imagine the competition's on, tomorrow. So perhaps that is through that day, maybe the next, perhaps. Enticing Weasel, Barton's right there,
shit.
looking
Yeah,
for the
I'm-
key. As soon as you come
I'm
down,
Gucci.
takes the key from you, just waves at you and walks away. Doesn't
Took the
say
key from
anything
me?
to you.
All right, cool.
Oh yeah,
That's fine.
took the key from you.
That's fine, dude. I'm cool with that. Yeah.
Breakfast there is porridge, oatmeal, some ham, bacon, eggs. That's it.
I'm skipping.
All right, skipping it out. So
See, okay, there we go. There we go. Ferox is getting it. Okay, see,
Moses and crate.
dude. I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, you
Fresh
can't
stratberries, whipped cream,
Dude,
a little
yeah.
bit of
Oh, yeah.
chocolate
I'll
glaze.
see you guys there.
Yeah,
I'll see you
we're
guys there.
talking-
Don't worry, I'll
we're
see-
talking-
Yeah.
That's a
So Kyler, you going to the providers for breakfast?
no. I'm going to the blacksmith. Dude, no, I'm saying I'll see them at the blacksmith. They're gonna be late.
Yeah. Bro.
Come on, I've had my fair share.
Yeah, I get
Fair share of this shit. This is nothing new to me. It's a lot more fun when you're with a girl and you don't know what she has. You know, it's a real crapshoot. Really testing the boundaries.
All right, so I'm gonna give a description. There's
Yeah,
no
good
particular,
move,
there's no
Michael, move
particular,
on.
yeah, move on. So there's no particular map for this, right? So finishing up your
Yeah.
breakfast and kind of making your way there. The blacksmith itself is here, and this kind of a token, asset that's used on the map, kind of signifying its position on there. So it's a 2-story sandstone rock walled and sandstone brick interior shop. The structure is about 20 feet, with the first story taking up 10 feet. The second story does not extend over the entire first level. Rather, it sits about half and consists of a bedchamber, bathroom, and kitchen. There are many windows glazed and metal etched. Upon entry through the thick sandstone door with polished metal handle, nearby a small straw thatched overhang fit with pens, you are greeted with a sandstone tiled floor that is rough and weathered. About the windows are mannequins made from wood or sandstone, polished, wearing pieces of fine armor or weapons, placed neatly on pedestals for display. An interior bricked sandstone wall wraps around this area with a few pillars, lanterns, and sandstone shelves or wooden buckets filled with armaments. In the corner of the northwestern interior wall, flanked by 2 semi-arched entries covered with a tan cloth, is a makeshift metal reinforced wooden table turned into a counter. A few ledgers and notes set about with writing tools. Underneath, drawers are fit for holding various things. Behind, in the corner, are a couple of locked wooden and metal chests. Upon entry, you don't see anything currently. There's nobody really in here. There's some people that actually walked out of the establishment when you're approaching the actual staircase that kind of ascends through the foundation of the entry. And it seems that they're like potentially soldiers. They're wearing armor. They're wearing surcoats. The surcoats themselves appear to be kind of white with a golden tinge and the symbol paler across them. Wearing half plate or chainmail. Or kind of a lighter armor to that, and they're kind of going in there and they're picking up like different things. So they're having kind of bundles of swords that are wrapped up, right, or axes that are wrapped up in like kind of cloth wrappings or leather wrappings, and they're carrying it through an actual gate. So a double wooden door, kind of large, kind of semi-arched double wooden door, kind of gate. Then it wraps around this wall that is about 10 or so feet to 11, 12. Of actual sandstone brick surrounds the actual Talthar naval base. So the smithy kind of sits on the outside of that base, outside of that wall, and so they're kind of going in through the actual entrance,
Makes
which
sense.
is open, right? So the double doors are open. It's not that they're kind of barring entry per se, but there are soldiers that are currently out of actually the door. They're kind of smoking and kind of hanging out and talking amongst themselves, and they're not necessarily soldiers. Maybe seen. They have battle axes or long swords at the sides. They don't really have shields, and their armor again is lighter. They aren't really wearing heavy armor, and many of them look to be quite young. And it really just kind of showcases that this is more of like an academy. This is like a training kind of base where they kind of train individuals to do different things. Not to say that there aren't expertly, people and crew that actually command these Taltharian warships that are stationed here, but it's more designed for training individuals for the particular ships. And so that's what a lot of people are coming in and out. People are going to the shops, they're doing different things, right? And then there's a lot of bells. There's a lot of clashing on the other side of the wall. You're suggesting there's training happening just on the other side. And as you're kind of coming into the shop, you hear hammering. You hear different things happening through the semi-arched entries of that interior wall space right there. No one comes out upon entering in.
Cool. Let's go in and find the blacksmith.
Okay. So you kind of go in through one of the semi-arched entries to the interior wall space, and that delves into the actual kind of smithy. So you have one side of the shop, and then you have this L-shaped kind of smithy there, large and wide open. The windows are kind of larger and contain latches for the opening, kind of to ventilate the space. The center are a trio of forges fit into a single metal chimney extending into the roof. To the south of those forges are two anvils and a quench tank. A couple of pulleys or hoists anchored into the wooden beam ceiling help move larger items. Along the southern wall are workbenches riddled with tools, above shelving and pegs for holding them. Underneath drawers split, drawers spill blueprints and pieces of paper, so showing that it's quite cluttered and messy. And there are larger blueprints in the hang on the actual wall or are contained within a barrel nearby. To the west of the forges is large sacks of charcoal in a wheelbarrow. To the east, a staircase that corners before ascending to the second floor. Just to the left of the staircase and along the northern wall, a large semi-arched double wooden barn-style door can be opened to the back of the shop. Back here, a well sits and 4 kilns for producing charcoal. The wood uses fuel in this process is stacked neatly on the outside of that northern wall. And all of this is really underneath an overhang of tan cloth. So that's on the outside of where you're currently at, right? And to the right of the canopy, there's a wagon, a couple of different things. So what you're seeing here is on one of the anvils to the south side of the actual trio of forges is a really gruff and stout human with a pale complexion, blue eyes, black curly hair that would flow down to the mid-back, but they keep it up and held into a top bun with a few strings and clips. They have a curly black, kind of thick and black beard, suit and charcoal cover over the face, hands, and black leather bracers. Matching black leather apron is dirtied and burned. It sits over a pair of tan leather trousers, a thick black boots with metal studs, and a loosely tied kind of a cloth blouse, I should say. And they're currently just working on a weapon, right? So they're working on, it looks to be a longsword of sorts, and they're just kind of going from the anvil, kind of shaping it out back into the forge. They kind of stop and they turn, they notice you, and they immediately kind of walk over and just kind of look and open up the hands a little bit, clasp them together. Hi.
Morning.
Good morning. Master Greg Torvin. How can I help you?
It's nice to meet you. Gonna have quite a few questions here. I'll get to the most shocking one in a little bit. For now, I mean, it seems like pretty busy. Do you have anything that's already just pre-made, ready to buy now? Or is everything custom made to order?
I will say there are apprentices in the shop as well, so it's not just this, right? There's a
Well,
couple
yeah,
other
I figured,
individuals
but
in the
yeah,
shop
I
that
just-
are working in the blacksmithing kind of area here.
Yeah.
Looks towards you, kind of scratches the beard. I can make to order. What are you looking to make?
Well, before I go into make, do you do upgrades by any chance?
Enchantments.
Yeah.
I can dabble.
Okay. So out of here, +1. Anything higher than that?
I can do +2.
How much does it vary per cost, or is that just a general flat?
The reagents and materials, they can be quite costly. I'll
Yeah,
have to run
I figured.
through which weapon you're doing and which enchantments you'd like, and I can try to figure out a cost for you.
So if we're doing upgrades, plate +1 to +2, and then potentially a great axe to +2. But unless you have something already pre-made, that's +2, or different material.
I don't really keep any weapons on
Okay.
hand that are enchanted, such as that. I usually kind of have some display pieces shown, just really showing the master and quality of my work. Generally, anything that's enchanted, I sell off, mainly to the first, second, or third commanders of the Talthar Navy.
Gotcha. Okay, so that makes sense. So then, yeah, I guess for some plate armor and then a great axe going to +2, enchantment improvement. What do you think we could be running there?
Goes over to the workbenches, pulls out some papers, ledger, kind of looking through things, takes out inkwell, dotted ink, begins to write out things, almost creating like an ingredient list. Just trying to figure out how much these things potentially would cost. Trying to figure out how much, to upgrade really, right? Going through that type of ordeal. Comes back to you. Looks. I can do it for roughly 60,000 gold pieces.
60,000. Okay. That's for both, correct?
That's for both, yes.
Is one more expensive than the other? Or are we talking about 30k each?
The plate is more expensive, but
Plate? Okay. So what about for the
not so
axe?
much. The axe, I could do it for 15,000.
15,000. Okay. All right, that's understandable. I guess I'll get this one out of the way. I'm gonna pull out the Bane of Bearing Thune. Now I've been told you wouldn't be able to fix this, reforge it, or anything like that. But do you know anybody who could?
Weapon
Magical
such as
weapon.
that. Looks impressive. Forged, it's neat. The lines are well told. I might be able to repair it. I can try my best.
Mm.
I know of someone that can help.
Oh. How much do you think that would cost?
I'd have to talk to that person first.
Okay. Because that might be what I do instead of the great axe being upgraded. So that's why if no rush, of course.
I can get business done the rest of the day, and after I close up shop, I can head over there and talk to them. So maybe come back in the morning tomorrow.
Okay. I might do that. I'm still waiting on some people to meet up with as well. Now, not trying to abuse it anyway. By any chance, would being a steward of the Frosthorn region help at all? This is, after all, passed out from the Lord Thalenflor to pursue investigations and to help out with the war.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
That's
If
fine.
you're looking to get something compensated, you can always talk to the first commander if you'd like.
The first commander just right out there.
She's in the Naval Command Center.
The Naval
The old
Command
house
Center.
there. Yeah.
Okay.
You can always talk to her if you're looking to get some compensation and can hear back
Okay.
from me. I haven't heard of you before, so.
No, that's fair. No, it just happened recently, so I totally understand. The paladins from Athena had just marched down. So,
All right.
all right. Well,
Her name is Cosette Orania. Orania.
Aurania.
Orania. Yes.
Okay.
Cosette Orania.
Sounds good. All right.
right.
Well,
Anything else?
I'm gonna go. For now, no. I think I'll wait for my party members.
At this point, Sandra, Rox, you both enter into the space.
Hey, look at that.
Morning.
Sleep well?
I was doing great until I heard that price.
What was that? What?
60,000 gold coins to upgrade some armor and an axe. So yeah, yeah. What were you guys looking at doing, huh? Because I might be able to get the Bane of Bearing Thune repaired.
Oh,
Potentially, maybe. We don't know for sure. It'd have to be later tonight. We would find out.
In the morning tomorrow.
Well, yeah, morning tomorrow, but he's meeting tonight. So yeah, it would be a later type of thing. What are you guys doing?
With enjoying each other's company.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Looking for Roxy.
But
What's that face mean?
I don't know. By the way, out of character, does Lysandra have a shield by any chance, or is no shield?
There's a ship.
Oh. Hey, Lysandra, do you want a shield +1?
I don't know. It's just got a
Right click, send to
no.
player.
What?
Lysandra, send item.
well, I think the thing is she's using a sentinel shield.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I
You
still
trade
don't
one
want
AC
it.
for the.
I still don't.
the
Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah.
I still don't want it. So if, yeah. Great weapon master. Why would I need a shield? So
Exactly.
yeah, for me, it's like, you can sell it off, use it, whatever. Welcome to the party type thing. Hey.
I don't mean to be rude. My name is Master Grig Torvan.
Oh,
for
yeah.
The two of you have entered. I have I have work to do here. So.
Oh yes, perhaps you would be interested in trade of sorts. She pulls out one of the orbs of Morsacha. You ever seen one of
Oh.
these?
God.
I have never seen
Duck and
anything
cover.
like that. No.
Well, might be interested in trading it.
No interest in that. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Is that it?
Oh.
Oh. All right. Well, that was simple. Well, see you in the morning, I suppose.
Yep, I'll see you in the morning. What time
All right.
do you open? Sorry, just so you know. Like
We
rough.
open at sunrise.
Sunrise, perfect. All right, I will get some sleep tonight, make sure.
Sounds good.
Do you guys want to go talk to the commander with me?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have Aika or, the Marina or Tenzin, but this patent nobility might be able to help us with something. So let's.
Well, I don't know if it'll help, but
Yeah,
I
I
have
don't
a
know.
little nobility.
Hey, there we go. What up,
Depends
Rocks?
on-
No nobility? What?
Oh,
What? Got no
no.
nobility? Yeah, see? Your guys' call. I don't know what you plan to do. I was just gonna go check it out. Maybe we can get some gear to help us with the,
Yeah. Let's do that.
Let's go say hi.
the questing. I don't know. The hell is Aika, by the way? Have you talked to Aika?
Didn't look like he emerged this morning.
Ah.
We probably would have seen it, but he probably would have mentioned going to the.
Oh,
library
the
or
7'4"
something, right? Yeah.
Leonin? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we
Probably.
make sure Aika doesn't get captured and put into the monster den of the arena, because we don't want to have also Aika be used as one of the attractions.
All right. So we're good to Ika now. So Ika, you're making your way to the library.
Yeah. Just hanging over there. Gonna chill
Alright.
out. Grab a good
Just-
book.
Just chill out and have a good book. I'm gonna read you the description of this library here. So the Grand Library is a 110-foot tall sandstone bricked structure with 5 large octagonal skylights that are reinforced with metal. The ceiling is held up by an elaborate design of metal rafters and support beams extending into the sandstone brick walls or the sandstone tiled roof. Wooden bookshelves anchored with metal supports align the rectangular structure. They are of a variety of wood, many finished with a lighter stain. These bookshelves extend upwards of 15 feet before reaching a balcony that extends about 20 feet above them. Sliding wooden ladders in grooves with finishes like the shelves can be used to reach above. At each interval of 15 feet, another balcony presents itself. These balconies are made of planked wood with metal railings. The metal supports that brace the ceiling extend down through the railings and the balconies. Spiraling metal staircases placed every 50 feet ascend through the balconies. In total, there are 6 balconies, thus 105 feet of bookshelves. Upon the railings are metal signs signifying the volumes contained in the bookshelves below that balcony. In a quick scan, many of these shelves are empty. The metal staircases not only ascend, but descend as well, going through the sandstone tile. Underneath is a dungeon filled with metal vaults lined with sandstone corridors. In these vaults are more precious texts that must be sealed off to protect against degradation. Some of the more advanced vaults have entry chambers before proceeding in that are aligned with magical runes. The purpose to remove particles that would harm the books and sustain the oxygenation of the environment. In the library's center are podiums, statues, and plaques, giving thanks to the great many individuals that helped construct the Grand Library, all of which are Felgim gnomes. At the very middle, semicircular sandstone desks with scissor chairs seat librarians that work on repairing, checking in, or checking out books. In addition, large ledgers are used to document the movement of these books to ensure that all volumes are accounted for. They keep these large ledgers within a cylindrical bookshelf between the desks that can rotate and slide down using gears and levers to the dungeon below where a private librarian chamber is held. A metal beam from the ceiling extends in the middle of this shelf and is much larger than others. The librarians seem to be common folk. None of anything they wear can be used to separate them from the same people scanning the many volumes. So, shelf, 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 right? Spiraling middle staircases every so often, and then the middle you have your podiums, your tables, your chairs. In the center of that, right, you got your librarian-esque kind of circular. So it's very, you know, best way to phrase it is that the structure itself, architecturally, it's beautiful, right? It's very open, it's very vast. But the text here, from what you can tell from the volumes, just on the shelves and being empty in the way that they are quite common. Right? Based on what you'd imagine, though, with a library of this size, as well as having these Felgem mages ingrained in these statues, this should be far more than it actually is. And you proceed in through this large, semi-arched, it's like 13 to 14 feet wide and about 15 feet tall, double wooden doors with metal reinforcements, and they kind of swing open, right? They kind of have this kind of entryway with statues and artwork and decor before you ascend a staircase up into the actual library. So you kind of get in here, right? You have getting the vibe, right? You're getting all the people, they're reading books, they're kind of keeping quiet. It's really just...
Yeah. Like it takes this time and like walks around the library for a little bit, just like taking in everything. And then I'm gonna walk up to one of the librarians.
Walking up to one of the librarians,
yeah.
half elf, seems to be half elf female, has about kind of this brunette hair that kind of folds down and is pinched together into kind of a side bunnish style with a clip. Is wearing a kind of a cloth blouse with a sort of a leather vest over the top. It's like kind of tan, and then matching kind of pants and trousers. As far as the eyes go, they're kind of a little bit of green, hints of kind of purple in there, and then as a kind of a fair complexion that comes down into kind of pointy features. Looks towards you, has a this kind of a set of books and things that they've been working on the actual kind of countertop, if you will, and has kind of these gloves on as well to kind of protect the book itself that they're working on. They can just slowly look up towards you. Yes, can I help you?
Yes, I was hoping to find a book on Felgem, a book on chronomancy if you have any, and then if you could point me to the fiction section after that, it would be wonderful.
You are 300 years too late. Many of the arcane, if not all of the arcane texts, have been removed during the Age of the Great Purge. They are stored in the people's palaces of Current and held under lock and key.
Well, in that case, I
do have a history book of Felgem if you'd like.
that would be wonderful.
I can get that for you. It's down in one of the vaults. Is there anything else?
Not for now. I think that'll be all right.
I'll be right back. Walks away.
We'll
Slowly
just
being quiet.
chill out and wait.
Okay. After a period, comes back, sets down a 1,700-page book, leather bound with this metal reinforcements of kind of the hinges across the book. You're noticing is written in Gnomish, the language of Gnomish as it stretches across. You don't speak that language of the title itself. But then it has loose. It's just like kind of a translation, right? So the book's actually like a translation, and it's in common. And when you open it up, there are multiple authors to it, and it's just translations of series of things. Going through a quick scan of the actual book before you get into it, it really notes some of the fundamental principles of Felgum and why the gnomes called to it. The history of how they found the Isle, why they built the Wizarding School, certain things. So, from that information, giving briefly, it seems that they found the Isle simply because they were moving away from Temerian colonizers. So, actually, people that had kind of pushed in from Temeria into the homeland to the far south, and they were searching for kind of an escape, and they happened to sail by the Isle, and their curiosities piqued themselves that there were time distortions. The time itself in the Isle was far different than that of the mainland, and so they decided to live there and decided to study it. In particular of interest was the water. They said that in this textbook, as you go through, they don't specifically state what the properties were. They just state that there were properties, right? What specifically they were, just say that there were properties to the water, and that the water gave the gnomes abilities that allowed them to do extra things revolving their magic. Okay? Felgum was then constructed with the help of people on the mainland. So the help of certain individuals kind of transporting things over and assisting, but it really was made with magic, in that they could kind of fabricate materials, and they were able to build this thing themselves. And from that, they started to go broad, right? They started to broaden out across Centaurus. They started to try to create this wizarding school, and so it has kind of in some of the text, it has this kind of tower, the central tower, right, where the kind of the education happened, and the kind of where there's a whole dungeon, a whole slew of things that are related to that. And in context that really catches your eye is a reference to what they call the Well of the Nine Realms, and that it is a pool of well that is a kind of it's a well that taps into a spring of the actual Isle, where they extract the water and they research it in the dungeon of the place. So that's kind of what draws your attention, is there's this reference of this well, and then the research in the dungeon, and how they're kind of trying to figure out why the water gives the properties as it does. Continuing through the book becomes more of like a town, right? So buildings and certain things, kind of like, and then into almost like a castle where they're building walls and other sorts of stuff. And it explains that this place is a great thing. It's beautiful. It's amazing how it's detailed. Continuing and spending more time and more time. You may go hours in at this point as you're continuing to read it, continuing to delve in. And it gets to this tragic moment where it explains in date that in the age of King O'Hearn Talthar, which is roughly I would say just 270 years ago, right? There was this event that had happened where the persecution of magic users became paramount against an organization called the Reckoning, and that they decided that they were going to kind of round up magic users, and Felgum was a target because it was close. It was in control on the actual Kingdom of Arthuria at the time, and they looked at that and they said that could be a housing ground for the Reckoning, and they actually invaded it. And it details a great slaughter and a collection of the texts and literally ruining this place and destroying it. It notes the current person at the time, the current headmaster at the time was called Headmaster Porig. And it says that that individual was responsible for saving a number of lives, getting them off the isle before the actual attack happened. In the book, it states, how did he know when it was going to happen? And it goes in to say that Headmaster Porrig was a exceptional wizard of divination, magic. That kind of showcases why the library was ransacked as well, being an extension of Felgum. Right? The library in the history textbook as you're reading states that this library was an annex structure of Felgum to provide kind of initiates to be recruited, right, for their excess texts to be stored. Essentially, you're looking at the kind of the if you ever go to the zoo, right, or you go to the museum or whatever, you got the gift shop, right? That's kind of what the library is like, in a way, kind of giving you a little taste of, hey, come here, it's exciting, even though you don't do magic, right? We can show you really cool things. So that's what this book is about.
Yeah, that's like right up his alley. He's probably gonna spend like hours reading this.
Okay. So kind of lets you kind of find a table, lets you take the book there. Doesn't let you check this book out. This is a private book, right? It's held in one of the vaults, but you read inside of the actual library, and that's what you're going to be doing. This is a huge book, so it's going to be taking like the remainder of the day potentially to get through all of that information as you go. So
Yeah,
any
that's what
questions
he
at all on
does
that?
to relax. Not really. Am I allowed to? Is he allowed to like take notes?
Yeah.
Like from the book? Okay, then yeah, he'll take notes in his own journal.
Okay, sounds good. All right, going back to the rest of the party. You all leave the smithy?
Yep.
Leave the smithy around the corner, travel, I would say 120, 130, 40 feet, right? You're kind of moving, getting towards the actual kind of double-end door that's open, that gate that's there. A couple of the individuals kind of stop, perk up, and look towards as you approach. One of them has kind of a badge. It's like kind of strapped towards one of the pauldrons over top. Shows the Palor symbol there. And then looks, smoking a pipe. Appears to be human. Brown hair, hazel eyes, beard, darker complexion.
We good to pass?
Well, who are you?
Steward of the Frosthorn, granted by the Lord Thalanthor. Don't worry, I've got the paperwork.
Frostborn.
I'll pull it up.
Looks at it.
And
No
these are my guests.
shit. Wow.
Yep.
Oh, what's up, stewards? It's fucking dope.
Mm-hmm.
Gets down, bends the head, clasps the heart.
Hey, man. Gonna go for a shake of the hand. Don't worry, man.
Yeah,
I keep it real.
real. All right, well, where we head?
You see the commander.
All right, I'll take you there. Go on, follow
Thank
me. Frederick, watch the door. Okay.
You a real one, Frederick.
I like Frederick.
Frederick's a good guy, I can tell.
No description, Frederick. Just okay. That's
Just
all we
Frederick,
got.
yep.
That's all we
Okay,
need. That's
yep.
all we need.
All I need, baby. That's all I need.
All right, let me get to. Nope. Okay. So, in the naval base itself, as you come through, it's kind of filled with these large 3-story, 4-story apartment structures towards the north side, kind of forming a complex of living quarters and chambers and kitchens and halls. Many of them are lit right with the smoking chimneys as come through. There's a stables, a couple storage areas, warehouses, things like that. And you're really navigating through. These structures are all rock wall with sandstone or bricked, interior lined with wood, and they're clay tiled except for the warehouses and supply kind of huts and things that they have. Those are straw thatched. Towards the south side of the actual main road that leads towards the upper dock on the wharf there, you're currently headed north from that, right? But there's two structures, one of which is a large temple made out of sandstone
Palor.
brick towards Palor. Yep, and you notice there's soldiers and everything's going into the actual establishment and crew, eventually to talk with Palor, being worshippers of that deity. And the academy itself is more of a compound, and kind of it has a little bit of like a kind of a miniature wall in itself, roughly 6 feet, and there's an entrance there, and that's a lot of clashing, and it's an open structure. This doesn't really have any sort. The actual academy doesn't really have any sort of really rooms. They more have like offices in a balcony area that wraps around with a large like kind of open eating area for lunches and sorts of stuff, and an armory and really storage. And the grounds themselves with sand and dirt and rock. They have a mixture of different kind of training dummies and archery ranges and certain things. So there is a whole dynamic there, and it's a very large structure the academy is. And there's a number of people. At any given time, it can train upwards of 200 soldiers. So it kind of gives you an idea of how large it would be. And you hear a lot of shouting, potentially from commanders as they're giving instructions. And you hear the firing of ballista heavy weapons as they're being launched into targets and smashed into rock and dirt, and certain things are happening. You also hear chants and like naval commands and drills that they're doing. And there's a lot of different moving. There's people running by. You head to the north of that road and you go towards this particular structure here. It's noted on the map. It seems that this is a kind of the Talthar's Navy Central Command Post, and that's designated by the sign. It's written common, and it has kind of the symbol, if you will, of the actual Talthar Navy. And the best way that I can showcase this to you or describe this to you is it's a triangle with golden waved edges filled with two halves of Pelor's symbol. So imagine a triangle here, and then you have two halves inside of it, right? And then there's like golden waved edges of that. So the triangle itself is kind of wavy. As you kind of come to the door, it's a sturdy metal reinforced in brick sandstone structure, right? So the door kind of matches that wood. And you don't really notice if many windows on the first floor. They're mainly on the second, and there are a couple of chimneys that are spitting smoke. And the door itself is shut. And you notice that this individual has been escorting you here, kind of holds the pipe and goes towards the door. And goes next to the door. There's a bell kind of hanging there, right, underneath the signpost, and kind of rings it. It's ringing a bell towards the door. And after a period, you hear kind of a voice come inside, a voice from inside. They open the door. They begin to exchange words. And then the door shuts again. And kind of smokes the pipe once more. It'll just be a second.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Moment passes by. Moment passes by. Eventually the door opens. Appears to be an older human female. With a slight wrinkled face and a pale complexion. Blue eyes with short dark brown hair. Put into a crossbun behind her head. She wears no jewelry, but has a few piercings on her ears and eyebrow. Commonly wears a fine piece of half plate with undergarments of white and gold silk. Black leather boots are reinforced with metal studs. Wields 2 daggers stowed on the left side of the belt with a greatsword sheathed at the back. Noticeable golden Pelor symbol with the celestial sign for first is engraved within the left pauldron. A small surcoat is lashed to a cape, golden buttons and tassels. The surcoat and cape are white with golden lace trim. The surcoat contains the same Talthar symbol for Navy, which I've described. They open the door, they swing, they look towards you. Come on in. Turn around.
Fantastic. Still go good. Still positive.
So the building stands about 35 feet, contains 2 floors, with a split dungeon for potentially treasury and jail, right? The second floor contains kitchen, dining, and bedchambers for the first, second, and third commanders. First floor possesses a few private chambers for each commander to serve as offices for delegation and administration. You are brought into one of those offices after going through kind of a common room, which is met. And there's the best way I can say is you come into the common room and you can see a secure metal and wooden door, kind of on the I would say secure metal wooden door is locked, and that's on the northeastern corner coming in, and that leads to the staircase that goes to the second floor. And then there is a desk and shelf, and it wraps around another staircase that ascends to the jail, just to the opposite of that. So that's the southeastern, right? You're going towards the left, which is aligned with those rooms, those offices. You notice the sign postings as well above on kind of metal plaques above the doors, designating the offices. And there's a great number of them. It is a large amount. They actually protrude into a corridor, assisting like 12, 13 commanders, potentially, first, second, and third. So a lot of individuals actually command the posting here. And then there's a sectioned off area, which is basically takes up the entire north, except for the corridor and a few of the offices that runs through to the west. And that's the war room. And there's actually it's actually brick sandstone. It's actually brick sandstone in there, and then a metal vault door that's on the actual northern wall about 65 feet away from you. So it's a big, large kind of common room here with tables, chairs, and those sorts of different things. Takes you into the office. The office is quite simple. Has shelving. There's no window. Has shelving, desk that's kind of wraps around the opposite of the entry. A couple of chairs in front of the actual desk. Papers, blueprints, charters, ledgers, globes. There's just a mixture of things on the shelf, so it's the backdrop. And then there's cupboards and bookshelves, and then a small kitchenette. But kitchenette just has enough for drinks, maybe some bread, wine, fruit, things like that. Not anything too particular. Sets down behind the desk, filled with different navigation tools, a large charter map. There's little tiny things on that map, and as you look towards it, it represents the bay, and you can see all of the ships on the bay. In total, roughly 32 ships are out on the actual bay blockade, and they are staggered in position and fleet numbers and different things as you're stretching and looking towards it. Sits down. How may I serve you, stewards?
Sorry, this is the commander of the.
Yes.
Okay.
First
okay.
Commander Cosette Orient. Well, I cannot say that.
No.
Orania, come on.
Orania.
Cosette Orania. I've talked a lot today, so
No, I know.
excuse me. A lot of description, a lot of stuff. Okay. How may I serve?
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. We're looking to possibly request some arms, whether weapons or armor, and passage through the blockade to the Isle of Felgum, or investigation that would aid the war against Damodar. I present my patent of nobility.
I see. Well, stewards, you are quite far away from your jurisdiction, so to speak.
I'm very aware. Yes.
As first commander, I take orders from King Reldor Talthar personally. All orders are sent through emissaries that reach here onto this command post. Transportation to the Isle of the Blessed and passage through the blockade will not happen. My orders are strict and swift. No one gets through. No transportation vessels. Any shipping companies that wish to send their trade into another place of the continent have to first go through me and has to be designated to be able to do that. Quite a process, let me tell you. Many don't wish to pay. They don't wish to figure it out. They rather go through other methods of transportation. Just 2 months, we've hauled over 2,000 pounds of illegal cargo leaving this bay. There's a number of individuals that seek to run through. I can assure you, we have run a tight ship here, and we have sank over 6 vessels into the bay. Some have not stopped. It's the nature of it. If you seek to get passes through the blockade, then I would advise you to go to Beelder and seek an audience in the People's Palace. They might be able to sanction something such as that. As far as armaments are concerned, my treasury is dedicated purely for the construction of warships and outfitting my soldiers and crew. Coin is tight as of current. As much is used towards manufacture and the smithing of weapons and armor for the warfront to the south.
All right. I understand the politics of it all and everything. Look at Ferox. Lysandra, we've done the best that we can do here.
Shut up.
How long does
I-
a typical audience take to get with the king?
Oh, I'll deal with that when we get there. Don't worry. You're familiar
Audience
with the
with
House
king.
Iridor, right?
I am familiar with House Iridor, yes.
Perfect. See? I know.
I was born and raised in Byalder to House Orania.
Hmm.
I
Respects
believe
to you
my-
and your family.
I believe my third cousin is married to your brother.
Yes, I believe so as well. It's been a while. I plan on going home soon.
Some time.
We, as you can tell, we are running different errands now, but I plan on reunion soon.
See, you've brought your house.
Any
great
messages you want me
honor.
to deliver? Thank you. Any message you want me to deliver to your cousin or
No,
family? Okay.
you can say hi if you'd like, but
I will. Yeah.
I send messages every so often, and of course I make entrance into the People's Palace every month or so.
I do appreciate you taking time out of your very busy day. And, make sure you
The
keep everything
stewards
locked.
of the Frosthorn, I am so honored by you, audience, and I hope that this meeting was somewhat successful.
Oh, I learned a lot, and I do appreciate knowledge. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's get the fuck out, guys. Come on.
I
Begins to
Don't
escort you out.
Okay.
Don't worry.
You are escorted out. The door shuts and locks behind you as you leave. The rain continuing to fall down. It's ready to play that.
Oh,
It's
hope you guys are ready to bend a little bit of rules.
See the soldiers still smoking the pipe, leaning against the wall, still turns. Oh, you're all finished.
Yeah, it
Yeah, we're
didn't go as well as I thought
Went
it
well.
would, but
All right, heading back then.
what do you mean by that, Kyler?
oh, we'll always find a way, don't we?
I mean, if you're looking for a way to that island, have you taken a look at the map?
The map. I mean, yeah.
I
Why?
mean, we go here, and then we just fly across to here, and then we fly across to here, and then we might be able to make it all the way just flying.
Or
You just go through.
I'm gonna look around, double check everything. We might already know someone who can get us there. He's a captain of a boat.
Ooh, that could.
I may have already. I should warn you guys. If you go to the Salty Weasel, Kyler's intentionally mixing the names up here. If you go to the Salty Weasel, do not mention the name Captain Morgan. Just don't.
Why would you just mention the name?
Hmm?
Why would you just
Because we're not
Say
there,
the
are
name.
we? Look, maybe we can figure something out. Just maybe. We've got a whole city to check out.
let's just go say hello,
To whom? The captain?
Captain?
I don't know where he is. I was
I have an idea where he is, but
very
first,
publicly threatened just by saying the name, so I don't know even where he is. I would assume
I
on a
have
dock.
an
Oh, you-
idea where he might be. It's hard to-
Perfect.
Yadir actually told me where we could find him, but first, it's stop by that merchant's quarters.
Yeah, sure. That's totally fine with me. See, look, we tried the political route, didn't work. I tried to flex the family name, kind of worked, didn't work. You know what I mean? Well, we're not gonna bother with the whole going all the way back to Balder and then back here and I have the proper paperwork. Give me the the shit. No, we don't have time. We already missed
that.
We already missed 5 months for Ox. Like we don't have time. Apparently, a whole bunch of.
Didn't.
Oh, I know.
But
I know.
We don't
I
have
just.
to break the law.
Eventually,
not
you
It's
get
not
outside.
breaking it; it's bending it.
Eventually, you
Exactly,
get
I
outside.
said
you
we're
begin
bending.
to
We're
walk
not-
down
yeah.
the road outside of the naval base. Frederick looks towards you. Bye.
See you, Frederick.
Bye.
Yeah, see, let's
Frederick,
not forget.
keep
So
him.
we're not breaking any laws. We're just circumventing some really annoying bureaucracy. Trust me, I understand, you know, you guys maybe got a little bit of a taste of the high life, you know, at that inn and everything, but I promise I will show you the way around where we're not necessarily breaking laws. So don't worry, no one's gonna die. Kyla's
And
gonna
if
look
we do,
away,
it
kind
won't
of
be a
like,
problem for long."
maybe someone's gonna die. You know, we're not gonna kill anybody. We're not gonna kill anybody.
Not?
I mean,
Right.
Lysandra, you've sailed with Captain Morgan. I mean, it's not anything terrible, right?
Mm,
See, exactly.
Fine.
She would have said it was bad and evil and murderous. Just go with it.
I mean, it was no better or worse than my time in the Navy, so
And for
Give that what you
rocks, what would you rather deal with, a Kraken or a blockade?
You want the answer to that?
No, it was a
Kraken?
No, yeah, it was. Yeah, no, don't even don't even bother answering that. Look, I tried to play by the rules. I did. Our jurisdiction doesn't go this far. Tried flexing the name, the seal, everything.
if I'd
No one's
played
gonna
by the
believe us.
rules, I wouldn't be here.
I mean, Dragon Slayers.
Yeah, but
So the-
you didn't even mention that part.
Why would
the
I
greater
though? I went the proper political route. You think all of a sudden they go, we're the Dragon Slayers, and it's just the three of us, one of which has even seen a fucking dragon with us. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, you kind of got that egg with you. It's
I
kind of
don't.
hard-
It's in a wagon, not with me.
It's not hard to.
Hey, if you want to try to do that, that's fine. But I mean,
No. We need to stop by the merchant's quarters, and then we could go see the captain.
let's do it. You apparently, Yadier, I guess, talked to you. I just first time hearing about this. I don't
How
know.
do you think I was able to get all of that medicinal good?
The medicinal shit that helps me feel a little better at night. I just assumed, hear me out, you cared about me as a friend, and I thought maybe you cared about my physical and mental well-being. So that's good to know that apparently Yadier is the one who cares about me. But
But
I guess Yadier supplied my my physical and mental well-being. That's okay. It's okay for Ox. You know I'm messing with him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm following for Ox and Lysandra now. We tried it my way. It didn't work. Purposely didn't kill anybody, and it didn't work. So I'm starting to think that maybe my way is the better way. But Anyway, that arena's pretty cool, huh?
I
Nobody's.
guess we're gonna go do that too. Yeah, there's a
Okay, well,
competition.
yeah, fuck it, why not?
It's been such a long time since I've got to hit anyone.
And now you can do it legally.
I don't think it's the legal part. I think it's the moral part for Ox. But
That
What
too.
moral part?
wait, how much money do you win?
2020. Yep.
20,000?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I
we're
mean-
totally doing it for money,
And
right?
apparently you can make side wagers.
Oh. Then I think I'm gonna win. But remember, Kyler doesn't know there's a group and an individual, so he thinks it's just a one-on-one arena. He doesn't know anything about the group. We're going to the merchant quarters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get in trouble there. Hey, Lion Nerd, how are the books? Nerd.
Hey, let me enjoy my reading time, okay?
Imagine
All
This is
reading.
independent reading time right now.
So, before we get anything else, At the end of our session time, so we'll go ahead and
Yeah.
wrap it up. We've been through a lot of places, a lot of descriptions. And
Oh, it's great.
It's
This-
very exciting. It's a large city. There's a lot
I
of things.
went out of my way to try to be more cordial and polite and political, and I got kicked out the fucking door.
Yeah,
Fine.
I think. Well, even
No.
for Ox, right, giving the coin for the wager, right, to Master Fedor, right.
So-
definitely learning the ways
is
of
a-
the city, right. So
Every city and environment has its own rules, customs, and I mean, you flex the name, it goes only so far. So apparently, I have to say some hellos when I get to Baltimore. Hey, you know your dickhead third cousin that runs the naval port? Yeah, he says hi. It's gonna be great.
all right. So as
Brother's birthday's coming up too, so we'll see how that goes.
we conclude, I got some experience points here.
I hope it's enough to hit level 10.
I could finally give Kyler his magic. One spell.
I think I get something with the Battle Master class. I don't know what I get. Maybe my dice go up from a D8 to a D10. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. At level 10, superiority die go to a D10.
Ooh, there you go.
It's getting spicy. It's getting real spicy.
All right, so I calculate it to be 970 experience each. Should put you at 64,824 experience total, which is going to bring you, I believe, to level
Poggers.
10.
Let me go to class, level up, edit item.
If you're watching the stream, we really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Hell yeah, baby.
And we'll be back next week. See ya. Bye.
Bye.